bread is here! Can you believe it? They were just about to throw all this away. What a waste. 와.
Oh, good evening. Hello. Hello. It has been a day. It has been a week. Oh my god. Hello. Hi, Crazy Fox. Hi, Sweaty. Hi, Mithril and Emerald. Hello, everyone. Oh, good day to you. Hello, Axorman. Hello, hello. Hello, Din Din. Also, bot isn't working. Oh shit, it's not? Oh, let me fix that, hun. One moment. Let me... Stream. Bot, why are you stupid? Stop that. Oh my god. Cloudbot. Why does Cloudbot turn itself off?
Hello.
There we go. It should work now. Hello, Mighty Jackson. How are we doing? Hello, hello. But yeah, the merch bot should be working now. Let me... Oh shit, Mix It Up isn't on. God damn. Oh, let me get those head pats going. Hold on. Hold on. I gotcha. New blanket is on its way. Ooh, oh my god, did we... Did you buy another blanket, Fox? Lordy, lordy. Let's see. Heckin'. Let's get those channel points up. Heckin' head pat. Let's do head pat. Let's see. Because we've got... Let's do cheek rubs and head pat so that they happen at the same time. Wow. There we go. I mean, I also literally just bought it. Oh, okay. You must have bought it while I was in the washroom. I'm sorry. Oh my god. Thank you. Hello again. Oh my god. Oh. Alrighty. Hello everybody. I hope everybody's been having a wonderful week. Wonderful time. It has been a bit. I was gonna play Yakuza today, but after DMS, after doing some like self-care and before taking a shower and stuff, it like just hit me at once. I am so beat. This week has been crazy, and man, how are you guys today? Before we get into stuff like me leaving my job. Oh man. Heckin', let me be. There we go. But yeah, I heckin' yesterday was my last day at the cafe. I been okay. I've been trying to get used to my new medicine. Oh wow. Hopefully, well, depending on what the medicine is for, hopefully it's nothing too crazy. Oh my god, guys, though. Heckin'. Oh, my brain. Okay, hold on. Let me get something on my end of things rolling. One sec. I could have done this earlier, but you know, I kind of don't do that. Let me just double check things, make sure. Bip, 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 bip. Make sure everything is going. And then... yeah, that'll do. Oh my god, well, first things first, actually. I fucking hate the new YouTube layout. I hate it. Holy crap, I hate this layout. I don't know if you guys have been able to see the new YouTube layout, but I absolutely hate it. It is horrendous. It hasn't updated for me yet, and I'm gonna hate it when it does. It is an absolute eyesore. It is an absolute eyesore, Emerald. Like, I don't know why they, like, I don't know why they saw that and they thought it was going to be a good idea, because it's, oh, it's so jarring. And it's like those who have seen it, or unfortunately haven't, will probably know it's just very jarring. Like, I don't know. And then mobile Discord changed back. Did it change back? I didn't notice. It, like, literally changed in front of me. Did it change back? No, it hasn't changed back for me. I know it changed, but it didn't change back. It put messages on top of the servers, and it's like, I hate it. I hate it too. It's been so annoying. It changed again recently. Okay. I think the only plus side is they timestamp any contested stuff for videos. Well, here's the thing. When you mean by timestamp, if you mean like remember where you are, that's just watch history. Like, that's always been a thing. The new layout has nothing to do with that. No, that's not what I'm talking about. No, it's an eyesore. The Discord change again. Ooh, not as jarring, but hold on. Let's get comfier vibes going. Let me turn down the lights a little bit. There we go. Much better. Hasn't changed for me at all. Yeah, I'm guessing it'll just be it'll be slowly rolling out as it goes. Probably most people in the West have it, and then it's gonna roll out towards the East. It's probably why most people I know in the East don't have it yet. I don't know though. This is just a guess. But yeah, heckin'. Ooh. So for I don't know how many people care about my job situation. I know I've gotten into it a couple times. I know a couple times reoccurringly in streams I would get messages and calls by my AM. Last weekend, specifically Monday, actually, so a couple days ago, beginning of the week, I had actually gotten a message from my AM that I acknowledged but didn't say what it was. She had gotten fired. Let me actually preface this a little bit more. Late April, the cafe was sold. And when it was sold, it pretty much just changed owners, obviously. But all the staff stayed. And we were more of the idea of like, well, you know, see how the new owner is like for the first month. And get a feel for things. Things seem generally okay. On my end, at least. The new boss and his wife were generally pretty nice. At least, again, to me. And they seemed nice early on to some of the girls. My assistant manager immediately didn't like him. And, well, interesting set of circumstances kind of kept happening where during my days off I would get messaged about things, and it was like, oh, you know, she looks like she's having a hard time. No. Oh, excuse me. Now, my former boss, the former owner of the store, while the store was no longer his problem anymore, he was still going to be involved on a corporate level. And by that was mostly being like an operations advisor for the franchise on like essentially a district manager. And, oh, excuse me. Heckin', bleh, like my brain. Ayo, you quit? Hey, Runaway, I did quit. I'm talking about it. I'm not gonna give names or give a name for the company I worked for yet, because, we'll get into it a little bit later. I'm just kind of relaying how the past month has been. Let's go. So, Now, let me first talk to you guys about my role in this cafe. I was the general manager. So I essentially did everything in the store but actually own it and create the schedule. I didn't create the schedule because that's what the boss wanted to do. When the new boss took over, it was generally going to be the same thing. I was going to be in charge of the store, while he and his wife, who also own a bunch of other businesses, and mainly reside about 3 to 4 hours away, were going to be there. So I was going to be, again, the boss, and still be the boss, with my weeks being 4 days a week from 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. I asked for 4 days off, 4-day work week specifically, because I was working so early in the morning, and because I wanted to dedicate time in the weekends for Nat 19, and, you know, my streaming. I only stream 3 times a week. And I thought that would be a relatively good balance. Now, since I've started doing that, my pay had been between $18 to about $20 an hour. What I'm hearing is more Squeak streams. Something similar. We'll get to that. Hi, Titanum. How we doing? So yeah. So for what I did, and what I did as a general manager, I generally, again, dealt with customers. I was in charge of training newbies. Hi, Schmorgberg. I was in charge of training newbies. Oh, that's another thing. I didn't hire people. I wanted so badly to do interviews. I kept telling my boss, please let me do interviews. I already freaking take resumes and like give them like a micro interview where I'm like, what's your availability? What times are we looking at? You know, do you have barista experience? Things like that. Like, I would always do like a flash interview and then write things down and be like, hey, this one seems worth it, this one. But I could never do a full interview, and I wanted to so badly. But my boss never let me. And that wasn't going to change with the new boss, unfortunately, either, which I hated. I was like, please, I want to do interviews. I want to do interviews. You guys suck at picking people out. Like, I think I'm pretty good at sussing out people by like just vibes and general answers. Like, my first boss didn't actually interview people. He would just kind of ask them when can they start, and that was it. And it was like, what interview? One of the girls specifically, thank God she was good. Literally, she handed in her resume that day, and the boss, and this one is my old boss, obviously, just happened to also be there. So he sat down with her and was like, so when can you start? Like, that was it. That was not an interview. What makes sense for you to do interviews because you're the one dealing with them day to day. Exactly, but they wouldn't let me do it. I recently found out my folks was giving folks raises, most likely incentive to keep current staff. Yeah, so here's the thing. So my main job, aside from the schedule and actual like hiring and interviews, I ran inventory orders, checked inventory, balanced the tills, and made sure the caches had no overages or shortages. I dealt with distributors and suppliers, not distributors, but suppliers for like any food or ingredients that we ran by the cafe. It was my job to keep up with the company promotional blog, which really much goes through all the promos, recipes, make sure the girls are familiarized with promos and recipes, dealing with customers, customer complaints. We had some ordering apps. So we had one called Skip the Dishes, which is like essentially Canadian DoorDash. Then we had actual DoorDash. But I didn't want to manage two, so I gave DoorDash to my assistant manager, who essentially did what I did when I wasn't there. And then I dealt with Skip the Dishes, which was managing the menu on that, managing the prices on that, depending on if they went up or down, dealing with customers on that. Updating the menu, making sure things like that for $18, $20. Oh, absolutely underpaid, Captain Kojo. For that much? Yeah, no, absolutely. Now, when I used to get paid $18, $19 an hour, I used to work 5 days a week. But it was getting so stressful for how much I was getting paid that I told my boss, hey, I'm stressed. I'm stressed out. I'm burnt out. I revolve my life around this job, and I'm just really fucking tired. I would like to ask you for a raise, but I would also like to ask you to put me 1 day less. And he agreed, because he was like, cool, I pay you more, but actually not really. Solid. So I made that simple demand of my first boss. He agreed, and we went through it. That's how much I presently make working overnights at Wawa. Yeah. So here's the thing. New boss comes in. He says he's going to keep everyone at their rate. He'll be giving some people raises, blah, blah, blah. But minimum wage is going to be going up in June anyway. So most people were technically, quote unquote, getting raises. When they took me in, when they came, and not when they took me in, when they came in, the first week that they were there, which was the last week of April, they pulled me aside and they were like, congratulations, we're giving you a raise. I'm like, oh, I was really surprised. I wasn't expecting it. I was expecting that if I was still there by the end of the year to start talking about a raise, which again, only getting paid 20 an hour to still wait another 6 months for a raise. Like, you could say I was fucking stupid, but you know, I wanted to give these people the benefit of the doubt. So when they pulled me aside and told me, congratulations, you're getting a raise, I was like, oh shit. And they were like, you will now be going up to $20.50 an hour. And I'm like, okay. Hi, Lakaios. How we doing, hun? Like, $20.50? They're like, yeah, keep up the good work. Keep up the good work. You're doing amazing. Fantastic. And I'm just like, okay. A little headachy, but all right otherwise. Yeah, no worries. This is just chill vibes today. Yeah, wow, 50 cents. Here's your raise. Don't talk to us. So, the pennies. Yeah, the pennies that Canada doesn't fucking have. So, I was like, you know what? Okay, they gave me a raise completely unprompted. Whatever, is what it is. Cool, fine, cool. I learned that my old boss, who again is now in a corporate position as an operations advisor, which is pretty much just a district manager, apparently advised him to give me a raise. And that was something my assistant manager overheard. Now, my assistant manager is quite the character. Me and her are good friends. She's really chill, with me. But she's a very sassy, very hot-headed, almost kind of defensive, easy to aggro person. She's very headstrong and kind of to her guns. Some people, this kind of personality can rub off wrong with, can rub off wrong on a lot of people. In my case, I was like, nah, you just gotta come up to her from like an angle of understanding and just knowing that, hey, I'm not here to fight you, I'm here to work with you. And I've never had an issue with her, never had an argument, never had anything. So nice of your old boss at least to put in that recommendation. Yeah. But and now I think I kind of know too though. So now throughout the couple weeks working with the new boss, they decided to change a couple things. They decided to without going too into it, I'm gonna try to remember the processes that they changed. Now, first off, the biggest changes that they did was that they added a fuck ton of new food. They were like, hey, our provider that gives us all the food and stuff, and I was like, yeah, you're gonna go to them and we're gonna start ordering more things. And I was like, okay. So we used to sell 2 muffins, 2 types of scones, no, 1 type of scone, 2 types of muffins. We kept our food options to a minimum. So we had, again, 2 types of muffins, 1 type of scone, like 3-4 types of cookie, 2 types of bars. And then like the company, we're doing pretty good. Hi, Lady Jackson. She got your back, but sometimes you gotta pull her back before she makes the worst kind. Yeah, exactly. Before she makes it worse kind of friend. They basically said you're not worth a full extra $1. Exactly. Were they good muffins? No, we'll get to that, Gecko. Don't worry. I'm kind of trying to remember the points because I didn't write them down, because of course I didn't. So, oh no. Overinflated the menu. That will cause a lot of food waste. Oh yeah, it will, Kojo. It will, Kojo. We'll get to that part. So we had and then on top of that, the company wanted to work with a new food provider with the idea of offering fresh food. And
The bread is
Mom,
here.
can't stick around. My players are
Can you
gonna die
believe
at their own
They were
plans.
just
Take a
about to
cheap
throw
bread.
all
Thank
this
you,
away.
Mom. Long
What a
time no
waste.
see. Mwah. So anywho, when it came to the food, that company to offer quote unquote fresh food, I mean, fresh, yeah, but it was still shipped to us in a refrigerated truck. We weren't making the food, you know. It honestly was fresh in that it was made, yeah, exactly, quote unquote fresh. Again, it was made in Vancouver. We would receive it in a refrigerated truck, and you know, it would go in our cooler. And my boss, my first boss initially, when this was offered, he was like, whatever can go in a freezer is going into a fucking freezer. I'm not doing this. This food expires in like 3 to 4 days. Like, some of this shit won't work. And some of the things were salads, sandwiches, wraps, oatmeal cups, fruit cups, things like that. The food's not bad. Like, but it was that thing of, it also kind of looked like food you'd see at a gas station, where it's like packaged in like triangle packages, or like, again, those like carton boxes and stuff. I have to go to Eep soon. Yeah. Fresh by food guideline, technically, yes. For a cafe, you don't need an extensive menu for food items. You can for coffee, because those ingredients keep. Yeah. And confirm work at a truck stop. Yeah. Only thing local we get is the Parm shake cheese made in NJ on the bottom. Yeah. So either way, one of the things we can't really argue, which was obviously the food. Hold on, what's going on? Okay. And now the new boss wants to add even more food items on top of that. So I went from offering 2 muffins to 6. I went from 1 scone to 2. I went from, it was chocolate, pumpkin seed cranberry, peanut butter chocolate dipped. And then we couldn't sell the gingerbread cookie anymore because that was a local provider, so that one we couldn't offer anymore. We went from 3 cookies to, I think, another 6 cookies. Because it was, now we had peanut butter, pumpkin seed cranberry, chocolate chip, white chocolate chip, ginger, peanut butter chocolate dipped, gluten-free peanut butter. Yeah, that was 6 cookies. So we went to 6 muffins, 6
The bread
cookies.
is here.
Hi, Torch. Thanks for the subs.
Can you believe it? They were just about to throw all this away. What a waste.
Then we went to, we started offering biscottis. So 3 different biscottis. When it came to loaves, we used to offer just a banana chocolate loaf and a lemon loaf. Now we have those 2 loaves plus banana, gluten-free banana date, gluten-free dark chocolate pecan. So now we've got like all 5, pretty much almost anything that had food. Now normally they give you options so that the stores can kind of like do a little bit of a thing and choose what they want to serve based on their demographics and stuff. But my new boss was like, we're gonna order like everything. Because he was like, if we offer more stuff, then it's a higher chance that customers will pick something because there's so many options. Freaking the 2 bars, now we had 10. So we went from having an oat fudge bar and a gluten-free brownie. We went to having those 2, to then also having a cranberry apricot, a date, rocky road, Nanaimo, lemon coconut, trail mix. We had a vegan brownie for a bit. And a peanut butter toffee. Like, we had all this stuff because he was like, yo, your cooler is really big. We can put so much food in there. And while he's throwing in all this food, I said, one of my first concerns was, sir, with all due respect, all this food sounds great, but we already offer so many drinks because we're a specialty drink place. And this wasn't the first cafe of its kind. Like, he has another cafe that's under this company's name. So he has a cafe under this company. And again, the fact that this isn't his first this company coffee is gonna be very interesting later on. So this is technically his second that coffee company. So I tell him, with all due respect, that's a lot of food. Oh shit! Torch! With the biddies! Ah! Thank you! I don't know how to manage a food place, and even I know it's a bad idea. A gradual introduction could work, but not 6 at a time. People get frightened by the surge of choices and just pick their regulars or nothing. Yeah, so either way, heckin', we heckin' go to, I bring up the concern. I tell him, we're already a specialty drink place. We already have so many items on the menu, and that's usually what we want to push. Now, I understand the company is trying to go towards the direction of also pushing food because it's other competitors like JJ Bean and Starbucks. They also kind of have food options and things like that. But please remember that we're a smaller company and we have a majorly elderly clientele. Not to mention, also consider that the fact that the town that we live in, not only is it majorly, mostly an elderly clientele, it is closer to farm area. We are further away from the city. So a lot of people really like the idea of local fresh food and are very like health conscious because you also have a lot of new families. And, you know, the elderly, they like what they get and they don't get anything else. It was already hard enough that with the switching of hands, but in between the switching of hands, we also lost a muffin provider that we had because initially the company allowed franchisees to work with local providers. They stopped allowing that, and it didn't help that the muffin provider we had that had our signature muffin went under. So we couldn't even get our signature muffin anymore, so we had to get new muffins. Geez, it's so much to add to one selection is fine if you can actually move it, but just exactly. So I bring up these concerns. I bring up the demographic. I bring up what normally sells and what doesn't. When it came to the quote-unquote fresh foods, which is created by Up Meals in Vancouver, so I don't mind giving away that company because they're a catering company in Vancouver. He was like, yeah, no, we're not going to sell the breakfast bowls or the salads because that doesn't sell even in my other place, yada yada yada. Okay, cool. But he was like, but I sell all the other ones in my place and it does well. They all sell wonderfully. Oh, blah 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 blah. I make so much money. Okay, cool. Well, I was like, well, I've been here for 7 years. I know my clientele. I know them by name. I know their drinks. But you know, if that's the decision you want to make, okay. But I'm going to warn you ahead of time. You're going to start with a lot of wastage. To which he says, no, I'm not. Because you're going to keep wastage below 2%. And I was like, is the other place like heart of the city? His other place is in the Lionsgate Hospital in Vancouver. So there you go. So I don't know how many peeps are in Vancouver, but don't go to the Lionsgate Hospital to that cafe. Because that's the one he owns. That's the guy I just fucking quit and who I'm telling about. Great comparison! Yeah. Let's see. Wawa has boundless options, but we do seasonal things. Fall pumpkin, winter up until January. We do white chocolate, sugar cookie drinks. They're the words of someone who looks at a spreadsheet too many hours of a day. So, yeah, again, that's someone who he's like, we sell this many, this. And I was like, okay, cool, but I'm just gonna let you know that, like, we're a city, yeah. You know, we're a growing city. We're not, like, all farmlands in Hickville, but, like, this, again, elderly clientele, a lot of local businesses, a lot of, like, farmy areas, you know, unfortunately, a couple racists. It's also kind of a conservative town too. But either way, I mentioned these. He says, no, all these do very well in my other store. My other store does amazing. And you're going to make sure that wastage doesn't go over 2%. Small city, not really something where you can get corporate spikes of growth. Exactly. And on top of that, like, we're like really close to a superstore. And then we're like a minute away, like a 2 minutes walk away from a Starbucks on one side. And then a like 5-minute car ride from another Starbucks that's bigger with a drive-thru. Like, we have a drive-thru too, but still, like, we're all check my store. My store is amazing. So either way, heckin' we, I bring up that concern. He says, lol, no, I don't care. I know better because my other store. So I'm like, okay. Yeah, and the Starbucks that's like a minute away also had a drive-thru and was its own building. Whereas we're like a part of a plaza with a drive-thru. Doesn't help the optics either to be like small business, fresh food, generic clamshell package, sandwich packaging. Exactly. That's another thing. This coffee company does its best to be like, we're locally operated and locally owned. Kind of bullshit now because it's like, yeah, right. Like, our owner lives 3 to 4 hours away from town. It's not locally, it's locally operated in that I live here and I was running the store, but like, no. Like, that's not the case, but sure. Of course, your shop does well. It's either hospital food or the cafe. Shocker, the latter is chosen. Also, people are basically trapped at the hospital and have to eat. Exactly. But either way, first concern completely brushes me off. Later on, we used to open at 7 a.m. My schedule was 6:30 to 2. I always showed up at 6 a.m. because I wanted the extra time. And honestly, that first hour preparing the store was also kind of my vibe time. Like, that helped me wake up, that helped me take care of things. If the girls maybe fell short somewhere in the clothes, that was my time to also, like, make up for what they couldn't do. Did they not sweep the floor well enough? Did they not mop it well enough? I did that. That was my time to make sure the store was at optimal conditions to go, to start at 7 a.m. in the morning. And that's also, during that time I'm doing all that, in that hour of like setting everything up, I was also listening to scheduled conflicts. I've fallen behind this month because I've not been able to listen to scheduled conflicts. This reminds me of how game studios got bought out by some megacorps and just dropped off with huge debts or huge expectations, basically left to die or rot. I don't envy your situation, but good on you for getting out of that spiral. But yeah, so when we opened the store in it now, we initially had spoilage, but we understood the new area that went down a lot. Exactly. So, hey there. Hi, Phantom. So either way, he tells me that we're gonna start opening at 6:30, to then later on open at 6 a.m. To which that worried me at first, because I was like, okay, so 6:30 opening. Okay, so then I'm scheduled at 6 a.m. so I can set up the store, prep the coffee, prep the cases, you know, put any food that can be on display is on display, and look over things and make sure they're okay. No, we're just open at 6 a.m. You just come in at 6 a.m. And I'm like, sir, I need time to prepare the store. Where are my arms? There we go. I need time to prepare the store. And he's like, yeah, when you walk in, you turn on the lights and then you open the store. Like, as soon as I walk in, we're open? Yeah. You don't wave your magical girl wand and just poof ready? No, because magical girl powers don't activate at 6 fucking a.m. I'm too tired. But either way, I looked at him and I was like, I need at least 20 minutes to set up the stores. Yeah, magical girl powers run on coffee. They run on coffee and or matcha. Sorry, I don't have a magical goose that honks. He's not a goose, he's a booby. Anywho, so I tell them I need at least this much time because my first customers, who are always regulars, my first 2 customers are regulars, and they order coffee. They don't want an Americano or anything espresso based, they just want a drip coffee. One of them being, his name is just Harry, and he would give me $10 because he had been coming to the cafe since it opened like 15 years ago now. He had been coming to the cafe to the point that he just gets his coffee on the house. I was like, Harry doesn't like. I was like, I have to get the coffee ready for Harry and Leo. What do you mean? If I open and it's not ready, like, what are they gonna come into? And he was like, or any other customers. He was like, you just offer them Americano. And I'm just like, Again, what if they don't want that? And he was like, oh, well, then I guess you'll have to tell them to wait, but I don't think that's going to be the issue. And I'm like, sir, I know with all due respect, every time I opposed him, I was like, with all due respect, sir, I know our regulars, the ones that come in, want drip coffee. Is it getting almost time for like freaking ads? 17 minutes? That timer's supposed to take more time than that. What the fuck? This makes me think about how we need more Magical Girl series about adult women who have normal jobs and have to juggle that nonsense, especially including laser beams. And some magic summon to cut corners because life is hard. Seriously. Hold on, I'm gonna work on that timer. Holy shit, I made that timer last week and I made it to set for 50 something minutes. Why did it do that? Intervals. Value in minutes. Oh. Minimum for the timer will trigger. Let's put 20. Weird that it did that the way it did, but whatever. Anywho. So, heckin', I bring that up, and he's like, no, it should be fine. I don't think it should be an issue. I don't think people are gonna really, like, argue and not get an Americano instead of a coffee. Even if it costs more, it's a better quality product anyway. And I'm like, once more, my first couple customers who are all regulars want drip coffee. You joke about that, but magical girls are now adults and have to juggle magical girl stuff while also managing their adult life. Sounds amazing. Honestly, yeah. But either way. And he was like, nope, should be fine. And I was like, okay, well then what about when we open at 6 a.m.? And he was like, should be fine. Just walk in, turn on lights. We're open now. Okay. Okay. That's fine. Whatever. Okay, fine. Doesn't really change my waking up schedule anyway, because I'm always here at I was always there at 6 a.m. anyway. I was like, fine. And then I brought up to him, I was like, okay, so I have a concern though. And he was like, what? And I was like, winter hours. Winter hours. Sun ain't out till like fucking 8. And the bitch is only up till 4. It's dark by like 4:30. I opened by now when it comes to opening, when we opened at 7, I was by myself for at least half an hour before the second person came on. And whether that was one of the girls or my old boss. I told him, if we open at 6, when does my first person come in? To which they were like, they'll still come in at 7:30. And I'm like, okay, so an hour by myself. He was like, well, I'm still going to be here for a month to kind of see how things are and oversee the changes I'm doing, because they were also going to paint and redo the upholstery. So I was like, okay, so you're going to be here, but what about after that? And they're like, no, second person should still be good in at 7:30. Okay, so I'm going to be alone for an hour. What about when 6 happens? Yeah, no, 7:30 should still be fine. An hour and a half by myself? Running a store with a front and drive-through? By myself. Okay. So, again, winter hours. I was like, hey, winter hours. Dark as fuck in the morning, dark as fuck at night. Now, during the winter, right now, at the moment, we have the e-scooters, that you can rent out with with your phone and stuff. So during the spring, summer, and early fall, I just take a scooter to work and I'm fine. I'm at work in less than 10 minutes. Late fall and winter, they take out, as soon as the first snowfall happens, they take the scooters after the first snowfall. Usually the mornings start getting dark again at around mid-September. And I told him, I was like, if I'm your opener, I'm walking to work. It is dark. I have been doing it for a while, but that does not mean I have not encountered suspicious entities in the night and had to kind of go the survival route to get to work. I would just do it and with the most amused feeling say, I wish, if you wish to complain, please contact my manager and let him know we don't have something ready by the time they're here. Yeah, so, honestly sounds dangerous. I've seen some shit. I've had to, like, take, like, weird little detours because I see something suspicious because, thank you for the snuggle. I have seen, some sus things. So, without getting too into it, obviously with the years and the economy and everything like that, and COVID and how it affected people, there's a considerable number of homelessness. There is a considerable number of people that are addicted to substances that are also homeless. And I have seen, for lack of a better word, some zombies out in my morning walks. And I've had to take measures to avoid their lines of sight. Not because I think they're going to do anything, but just I'm not taking that risk. Especially when I am by my fucking self, like at quarter to 6 in the morning. I'm not doing it. Just not. I don't care. So either way, I mentioned that, hey, winter comes along. I have no quick way to get to work aside from asking Jester to take me to work if it's his days off, which I don't because I want him to be able to get his rest. I'm walking to work. You're making I have found homeless people asleep on the patio of my cafe. My AM has found a homeless person camped out like against the door. And again, we're by ourselves. We're just girls. And I've mentioned this happening, and it's like, hey, having another person early in the morning, even if it's like half an hour after I get there, once the store actually opens, would be really, really good for like our peace of mind and in consideration for our safety. And I mentioned again, and that night the sun's down by like 4:35. And again, most of the staff that work with us are girls. We close at like 7 o'clock. And it's really dark, and some of the girls walk home or things like that. Please consider my staff when it comes to the winter hours where it's dark and things are getting a little bit riskier. We told them a plethora of stories. I told a story about my AM who went to take out the trash and found a homeless man like in the dumpster area, and like he chased her around, and my boss had to like go confront him to get him off of her and stuff like that. Like, it's scary. As the Yakuza series show, the homeless are just everywhere. Most are just sad and desperate, but damn, they can be unnerving. Yeah. I had that happen a couple times when opening shop. It's very unnerving. So I mentioned that we had these like safety concerns, and again, my main concern being when opening, I was like, hey, if it's 6 in the morning and it's pitch black and I'm supposed to open as soon as I walk in, that means you want me to go to unlock the door, walk to the other side of the store where the light switches are, hope nobody fucking followed me in, turn on the lights, and then start setting things up because I'm officially open. And then take out sign, and then on top of that, he bought patio umbrellas and additional sandwich boards that he wants us to put outside. That he was like, and I have to do that too. I have to go out into the patio and put your stupid umbrellas out. I have to go out into the street and put in your stupid sandwich signs. During the winter? You want me to do that? I told him, I was like, I'm not doing that. First off, because during winter, again, the aforementioned darkness and homeless people and like unnerving situation. Also, it's fucking cold. Like, I haven't even taken off my coat and turned off the lights, and you want us to be open? Like, you're putting me in a hard predicament here. Honestly, if you lock the door behind you to go turn on the lights, grab stuff from the back, would he even know? Well, he's gonna be upgrading he was well, he hasn't done it yet, but he's also gonna be upgrading the security systems. So, and he showed me that he checks around the time that his store is open, he checks to make sure they're opening right. So if I did anything wrong, he would then correct. If I did anything different, he would say like, oh, that if you forgot something, if I notice while you're opening that you forget something, I can message you and let you know that you forgot something and blah, 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 blah. To which I was like, sir, I've been here for 7 years and I've been opening the store for over 3. I think I know how to open this store. I don't think I need you freaking watching me from where you live to make sure that I open the store right. But it's like, it's just something he does, essentially. Whatever. I don't care. So he does, yeah. It's so either way. And honestly, every day that he's been here, he's supposed to be leaving. Now he's leaving June 11th. He was supposed to be leaving the end of May. The voice of God through an intercom, Squeaky, the sandwich board. No, he would just randomly text me. But, there would be times, not there would be times, but he's been there every day. He would arrive earlier than me. Like, again, like, he didn't have to be there earlier than me. He just was. Like, and then he would watch what I'm doing. And shit. And he'd be like, open the store and open it good. And it's like, I know. I know what I'm doing. But yeah. And then, when it came to checking and balancing the tills, he was like, I want to change this too. So the way we used to do it was at the end of the night. No, actually during the day, I would go into the safe and inside there would be an envelope. And in that envelope would be the loonies and toonies and all the bills from the previous day's till. At the end of the night, the girls would take the loonies and the toonies from the floats and put it in a pouch along with all those bills. Then they would take out those floats and they would leave it in the office along with that pouch. And well, the pouch would be in the safe. And then they would grab an already prepped float and an already prepped set of loonies and toonies and bills that they would then put in there, and then the register was ready to go. All I would have to do in the morning is take them out, put the floats in the till, and we're ready to go. Reset $300, fresh batch of till. Like fresh batch of coins and bills, good to go. He was like, and then what I would do during the day, usually before I leave, I'd go in the safe, I'd take that pouch, I'd take yesterday's coin floats, and I would count up all the money, compare receipts and transaction stuff, and I would deduce the overages or shortages for that day. And then I would write it all in the book, and that's how we would keep track of essentially how much money we were making, where the money was coming from, yada, yada, yada. And I would fill out a form for that. I would staple the receipts and all that stuff. And then we would have a bookkeeper lady come in, collect the data at the end of the week. And then my boss would know, like, things like that. New boss was like, I don't like that. I don't want you to do that anymore. To which I was like, what do you want us to do then? So then he was like, I want you to do this in the morning, as soon as you open. You want me to balance out the tills and check shortages and overages? This is a half-hour job, because I don't play with money that ain't mine. This is a half-hour job before actually opening. And he was like, yeah, no, what you're gonna do is you're just gonna, the girls aren't gonna touch the register at the end of the night. You're gonna go into the register. You're gonna count all the money in the till. You're gonna subtract 300, and then the extra money, you just take it out. Okay. And then you do that for the back one. Okay. And then you look at the receipt and you make sure that the cash amount matches the receipt. and then just write down if it's over or under. And I was like, okay, that is considerably easier. What about the amounts of coins? What if I have like a fuck ton of loonies and toonies, or like no dimes, or blah blah blah? Doesn't matter. I don't take out coins. Just I only want I only want the cash in the extra, quote unquote, the extra cash in bills. Don't touch the coins. Okay, well, what if like one of my tills has like no coinage and the other one has a bunch? He's like, oh, you can fuck around left and right from there, yeah, afterwards, but like, you know, don't put bills in like my bag and shit like that. And I'm like, okay, I just want to let you know, sir, that this is counting all the money from both tills is usually gonna be like at least a 15-20 minute, and then comparing them. And are you sure? And he's like, yeah, no, this is a lot faster. This is how we do it in my other place. I was like, yeah, but your other place only has one register to count. Like, we have two, and like, okay, whatever, sure. I was also like, I just want to let you know again, with that previous security risk, if someone comes into your store and jumps me while I'm counting the money, like, if I get stabbed on the job, I'm telling them how to get into the safe while I bleed out. Like, you're getting robbed. I'm giving them your money. He just laughs like I told a joke. And I'm like, okay. So when I get stabbed, I let them take your money. Thank you. Obviously more professional, but you know, thought it was a joke. So I explain all that. And I was like, you want me to do all this as soon as I walk in the morning? He's like, yeah, no, it should be fine. Okay, whatever. Sure. We'll see how that works. First couple openings, doing all of that, him watching my every fucking move and not helping me. Like, he would just sit on one of the couches or the booth and just watch me do it, which just felt so fucking creepy. It was like, it just, it was really unnerving. So it sounds like you're mostly doing everything. Exactly. Now it's just on a time budget, because, and I hate this too, especially when it comes to counting money. Whenever I'm handling and counting money, I do not want to be interrupted. So like, if I'm counting the money and someone walks in, now I have to stop what I'm fucking doing, which means I'm gonna lose my fucking place, like, or like miss. I was like, ugh, I hated it. And it happened a couple times where I had to like stop what I was doing, write down where I was and what I had already counted, and then like put the money back and shit. And then like to come back and then be like, ah, fuck. And then just ended up starting over anyway, because I wasn't secure then in where I was when it came to handling this money. Because again, when it comes to other people's money, I don't play. But either way, he eventually would start seeing how long it took me to get all this set up, that he started doing it himself. So I would come in and he's like, I've already counted the money. You just need to make the coffee and everything, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Not as stressful, but again, there were still issues where a person would come in and it'd be like, oh, hi. My coffee's still brewing at the moment if you're willing to wait for a bit, or I can get you something on our menu. And like, if it wasn't my usual two regulars, they'd be like, no, I wanted a drip coffee. And then they'd leave. And then my boss would look at me like, did you offer them an Americano? It's like, yeah, they didn't want it. And on top of that, it's like, they also were like, you also need to push food. So I want everyone asking if they want a snack or anything like that. And it's like, okay, but like, again, I'm saying like older clientele, when they want, if they just get a drink, that's probably all they're getting and things like that. Our food's expensive. Ad time. Yeah, ads are coming up soon. So, brought up those concerns, didn't listen to me. My AM absolutely hated it. Yeah, I definitely want to be pushed into buying food from a coffee shop I just came into for the first time. So yeah, They, so that's technically 2 complaints where I was like, hey, opening safety, hey, too much shit in the opening that it essentially compromises the quality of the service I can give in the morning. He was like, no, I got it. It's how we do it in my other store. My AM absolutely hated it, and then according to her, the times that I weren't there, he was barking orders at the girls. He already barked orders at me sometimes.
The bread is here! Can you believe it? They were just about to throw all this away.
Thank you.
What a waste.
I'm sorry you had to go through ad hell for a bit. But, he already barked orders at me where he was like, I want you to do this and do it good. Or like, oh, can you do this for me? Do it now. Like things like that. And I also know that like, unfortunately English isn't his first language. So obviously I'm giving mostly benefit of the doubt that he's not barking these orders because he's being an asshole. It's barking orders because he just doesn't know how else to say it. But either way. My AM and a lot of the girls, it did not take long for them to absolutely hate him. Because he was always loud and again, always barking orders at them. My AM would message me. Just because it's done at one store doesn't mean it can work exactly. So my AM would message me about how a customer complained about a muffin we used to have and how he was like, I'll order it for you. Don't worry, blah, blah, blah. That didn't happen. It ended up happening, but like that was a whole thing. There were times where she would message that he yelled at her, that he like reprimanded her for something, shit like that, yada 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 yada. So my assistant manager and him butt heads a lot. They butt heads a bit. So they butt heads a lot, and I can't wait till all the other girls quit because you left. Well, we'll see how that goes, but hold on. So, they butt heads a lot, and many other times I would just like talk her down, where she was like, if he keeps talking to me like that, I'm gonna quit, yada yada. I was like, I totally get it, I understand. Just understand, they bought the store, it was a big investment, things like that. She was like, I want to talk to Corpo Boss. He's corporate. He should, these things shouldn't fly. And I was like, okay, I will talk to him. So I call my old boss, again, who is now a corporate, and say, hey. So new boss, he's been fine so far. There's just a couple concerns. I bring them up. I tell him, you know how we used to do this? And he's like, yeah. Now he wants to do it like this. And he wants to do it like that and like this. And he's like, oh, that's kind of weird. That's kind of stressful. That's kind of putting a burden on you girls, yada yada yada. At the end, after the discussion, we talk about things, and I get a general agreement and consensus from him that some of these changes are kind of stupid. And then I'm like, okay. So would you be able to talk to him about these things so that maybe he can understand where we're coming from? Maybe he'll listen to you, because so far he's brushed off our concerns. To which my old boss, which I've had some issues with my old boss as well, but generally me and him were pretty good at communicating and stuff like that, but he was still a businessman at the end of the day. And he told me, well, there's not really much I can do because he bought the store. And I was like, uh-huh. And he's like, so he's bought the right to be right. Fucking what? And it's like, yeah, he's bought the store, so, we can't really, it was like, us as corporate, He was like, you know how he was like, you know how many times I would butt heads with corporate? And it was like, yeah, every time they told you to do something, you told them to fuck off. And he's like, yeah, I can't tell him how to run his store. And I'm like, I'm not telling you to tell him how to run his store. It's just to consider our... Yeah, I would have quit on the spot with hearing those fucking words. Basically, his store, his rules, pretty much. So it was like, he bought the store, so he bought the right to be right. And I'm like, okay. And he was like, maybe he just needs to learn the hard way that the changes he wants to make here based on his other store are not gonna fly here. So let him learn the hard way. Just smile and nod, and when something goes wrong, you just say, boss, I don't know what went wrong. I was just doing what you told me to do. And I was like, uh-huh. He was like, if that's the way he wants it, that's the way you do it. If something goes wrong, you just play dumb, smile, and just, I was only doing what you told me to do, boss. And I was like, I don't, He was like, just think about it. Let him learn the hard way. Let him see that some things won't fly here. And you know, he might actually then listen to you once he tries figuring out what he can do to fix it. Maybe he'll listen to you. He bought the store and how to run it, but not the right to put you and your coworkers in extra danger. Yeah, so I told my AM this. She was like, that's bullshit, but you know what? Let's do it. Let's just play stupid, do what he says. When he brought in his stupid fucking umbrellas, he was like, hey, I want you to put them out, and I want you to have them open all the time because the umbrellas are another form of signage so people know we're here, and they are to be open the whole day. They are not to be closed until closing time. It was a particularly very windy day. So of course one of them blew away into the parking lot and hit somebody's truck. We ran to get it, and thankfully the truck was unharmed, but the umbrella got fucked. It got some scratches and a couple holes because it freaking dragged along the parking lot from the winds. And thankfully the truck owner didn't see or anything, and thankfully again, generally unharmed. So we brought the umbrellas, we put them back on the bases because it literally, the wind picked up the umbrella, and because it's like a two-piece on a base, the piece with the umbrella just flew off. It was crazy. We saw it live. It was like crazy winds. So we decided, we put the umbrella back, we tightened it as much as we can, and we closed them. And around this time, boss was gone because he was getting his wife. And they, she walks in, and I explained to her, I'm like, hey, so we put the umbrellas out today, but we closed them because the winds picked them up and it like hit a car, and the other one almost went into the street, and like we had to go and get them, and we just, you know, we don't want it to hit somebody, we don't want it to hit a car, we don't want to potentially run after them and get hit by a car, like, because we're technically kind of on the side of a highway, so it was like, so like we closed them, okay? So if he asked, we closed them. Because it was around the time I was going to be leaving soon. It was like 15 minutes before I leave that he came back. So then I go and collect the tips, and then he walks into the back and he was like, why are the umbrellas closed? And I'm like, and I was like, did your wife not tell you? I'm sorry, like we closed them because it's really windy. He was like, you're not supposed to close them. They got really windy. They were not, like, and then the other girls chimed in because they were the ones that helped us. They were like, we had to go get your umbrellas. They flew off and hit a car. And they was like, you're not supposed to close them. And it's like, they're supposed to be on tighter. And it's like, we put them back. They're closed because it's very windy. So he was like, I want them open all the time. And then he goes off to fix the umbrellas. I look at the girls and I'm just like, if they fly off, let them. Don't go after the umbrellas. And they're like, say no more. They were like, he wants his umbrellas open, he can chase after his fucking umbrellas. And I finished doing the tips, and then he sends me a message on my phone that says, the umbrellas stay open until closing time. Like, he didn't fucking tell me this 5 times already, yelling at me. And I'm just like, I just respond with like a thumbs up emoji. I don't say anything, just like, cool. I'm going home. Bye, guys. And it was so fucking stupid. Later on, him and his wife are like picking out paints because they want to recolor the store. And the store colors are very warm colored. They're very like warm sunsetty oranges and woods and stuff like that. And the general colors for the branding are yellow, brown, and things like that. And they were like, we were thinking of changing the color to like a teal ash, like a grayish teal color and white. And they were like, what do you think? What do you think, Squeaky? What's your opinion on this, on these colors? And I look at them and I'm well, actually, no, first they were like, we want to paint the store yellow, like bright yellow. And I was like, yellow is one of our branding colors. But to be honest, if you're gonna paint the store yellow, I'm just gonna tell you right now, it gives McDonald's energy. And it's gonna be too, unless you're going for cream, no. Our customers like the warm atmospheric lighting. They like the warm subdued colors. A lot of our older clientele don't like bright saturated colors. They love our yellow cups because with our atmosphere, they pop. He would have fired me there when I started explaining that he's a moron, that a stubborn umbrella stay open is going to result in lawsuits when they damage a car, injure a person, or injure a staff member. Bright yellow is going to be an eyesore. Exactly. Twitchy was like, oh, okay. And he was like, well, what about green? And I was like, there's literally a Starbucks down the road. I was like, don't do green. Green, no. And then his wife eventually comes in and she pulls me aside and she's like, I was thinking this color. And she's like, the teal, the ashen teal, green, yada, yada, yada. But then she was like, but I'm also thinking yellow. And the boss was like, what colors do our customers like? And I was like, they like these colors. They like warm ambient lighting. They like soft music. They're elderly. And they were like, and what if we paint the store yellow? And I was like, it's a great idea if you want your place to look like a fucking clown house. To which I was like, again, like, I was like, if I can drop the professionalism for a second, unless you want your cafe to look like a fucking clown house, don't paint it yellow. To which he starts laughing. And she was like, well, I like this one. And it was like, okay, well, again, the customers like what we have right now. You can work with that and maybe go for more ambient, more subdued colors. But that's what the customers like. And she was like, I don't care. I like this color. That's what we're painting it. And it's like, fine, I don't care. Don't ask my opinion then. And I was like, oh, well, you know, there goes my opinion. There goes my opinion. That's what the missus wants, huh, boss? And I just fucking, again, near the end of my shift, fine, okay, fuck me, I guess. Go home. I think those were probably the bigger changes, along with like all the food and all the shit. Though there were times. Now, we don't have a lot of storage facilities for these foods. Most of the stuff is frozen. I'm gonna be real with you. It's not about being viable, it's about flaunting power, essentially. Also, hi, Lynn. So then, when it comes to the food, all the food that was added on, now you gotta store this food, you know? It comes in cases and comes in bulk. Many times, he would take my orders or my assistant manager's orders and he would add food. He was like, we need more food, we need more food. And our orders would come in huge and we get orders 2 times a week. Huge fucking orders. And at some point, I didn't have enough fridge space. I was like, boss, I have no fridge space. Some of this stuff, I don't have room in my freezer. I have to put in the refrigerator. And then I didn't have room in my refrigerator anymore because I also had to have it with milk and non-dairy. So I was like, hey, I don't have room for this. To which he was like, well, you can just leave it in the office. And I was like, it has to be frozen. If it's not being sold, it's got to be frozen. Like, no, it should be fine. No. No. So eventually what I started doing was, because he used to want to look through my orders before I sent them in, and that's when he would add shit and then be like, oh, I sent it. So then what I started doing for the next couple orders is I would just do it and fucking send it.
The bread is here.
Crazy Fox giving Lynn a
Can you
heckin'
believe it?
sub.
They
Hell
were just
yeah.
about to throw all this away. What a waste.
And I was like, yo. I just did my order, sent them in. And I told him, boss, I put in the order. I am not ordering food. There is too much food in here. And I showed him the fridges, how full they fucking were, and the Tetris that I had to play to get all this shit in the fucking fridge. He's like, wow, that's a lot of food. I'm like, yes. So I'm not ordering a lot, because I'm not ordering any food right now because this is a lot of food. He's like, well, that's okay. We'll just sell it. And I'm like, sir, we're now in like the 3rd week. We haven't sold it. That's why we're full. We're full of shit. That's why it's in here. We're not selling anything. That's why it's here. And then when my other order comes in with our fresh food, you want me to freeze some of this food because it's not gonna all sell, because you're also giving big orders of that. Like, that's not, I don't have room in these fucking fridges. I'm not leaving food out that needs to be frozen in room temperature. God knows what's gonna grow on these things, and I'm not serving them to my customers. Oh my God, it was horrible. I gotta use the bathroom really, really quick. I'm gonna do a quick ad break so that I can kill the pre-roll. I actually kind of have to potty really quick. My tummy's getting babumbly. I will be right back, because now we're getting to like the latter bit to this past week. This is where I feel is a bit where the meat and potatoes is, and why I fucking left. So I'll be right back. Fuck, I'm sorry. I forgot that I was like ultra muted. Thank God I didn't say much. I was just kind of talking about how potty and tummy bubbly and trying to figure out where I was. So, heckin'... Oh, so... complaints here and there, stuff like that. Now, the boss brought in a guy. The boss was like, I'm bringing in a guy from one of my other stores. From my other store. Okay. He was like, the only thing he would need to be run by is how to do drive-thru. Okay, no problem. Me and my AM have done it before. No issue. So, his guy comes in. And, you know, the first thing he starts doing is starts criticizing how we're making espresso. To which it's like, okay, well, first off, our grinders are the grinders that the store started with. They grind a certain way. Our tamper, I know it's not super flat and that it's supposed to be, but this is the tamper that we've always had. It does fine. Our espresso machine, look how it is. That's why the tamper is this way. That's why the grinder is this way. Like, all this stuff is old, but it's good and it works. It's fine. It's okay. I understand you're a coffee snob, but trust me when I say it's fine. When it came to him and my AM, this new guy also, English was not his first language either. He kind of spoke in kind of brokenish English. And something the new boss had told me was that he was amazing in the bar, but a little bit reluctant with dealing with customers, and again, would need to be taught the drive-thru. We had started noticing early on that, yeah, he's a little bit reluctant with customers. And with the bar, we noticed that he was making some drinks wrong. Oh, hello.
Fuck your old job.
We started noticing I've just been telling them, and now I'm at like the dude he brought in. So we started noticing he was making certain drinks wrong. So like caramel macchiatos, he wasn't putting in the vanilla. But the biggest thing was with the blended drinks. He was making them wrong. He wasn't using the right amount of ice or the right portions or of certain things. And my AM caught this more than I did. So obviously she would correct him. And he would be like, no, I'm not doing it wrong. And she was like, yes, you are. We do it this way. Look at the little cheat sheets that we have around the blender station that says how to do things, and you're not doing it right. And he's like, no, I'm doing it right. To which then she would pull out the recipe guide, and she's like, no, this is the guide we follow. This is the guide every store follows. You're doing it wrong. And he's like, no, I'm doing it right. To which she was like, once more, I'm not trying to fight you on this. You're doing it wrong. To which then he would go to the boss. And then the boss would go to her and say, you can't tell him what to do. He's doing it right. He knows what he's doing. Leave him alone. And then she would message me and tell me what was going on and yada, 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 yada. And it was like, oh my God. To which I was like, hey, he says leave him alone. Wait till a customer brings back a drink he made. Then you can point out to him, if it's right, then why did a customer bring it back and say it's wrong? And then just you go from there. Either way, at some point through this butting heads between now my boss and my AM, and now this new guy that my boss brought in and my AM, eventually, and this was not this past week, but last week, specifically on Wednesday, I had come back from work, and boss calls me and is like, hey, I need you to tell the assistant manager because I can't talk to her. I can't stand her personality. She gets defensive and she's so angry and blah, blah, blah. Can you tell her that she is not to correct this guy? She is not to tell him what to do. When it comes to work stuff, she is not allowed to talk to him. And I was like, well, that's a little bit extreme. I'm like, why? And he was like, because she keeps correcting him and saying he's making drinks wrong. To which I'm like, he is making drinks wrong. And he's like, then I'll talk to him about that. And I was like, but what? Our job is to make sure people are our jobs is making sure. I was like, me as general manager and her as assistant manager, our job is to make sure people are doing their jobs right, correct? Yes. We're correcting him because he's doing something wrong. And he's like, yeah, but I'll talk to him. And I was like, he needs to learn to take correction. And he's like, but he's good, he's a professional, he's making drinks wrong.
Yeah.
But you talk to him, I'll talk to her. My AM was also running the social media for the cafe. She was running the TikTok and the Facebook because that's what they agreed on. And then he also tells me to let her know that she actually isn't an assistant manager anymore. This guy is. So she has no jurisdiction to correct him. She is not an assistant manager anymore. She is just a regular employee. And I was like, so you want me to also tell her that she's been demoted? He's like, yes, tell her. And I'm like, oh, okay.
Sure, buddy.
So then I call her. I tell her, hey, so this is what boss wants me to tell you. She starts crying because what do you mean she got fucking demoted? And then she was like, oh, so I'm not allowed to talk to him anymore? Fine, I won't do it. So-and-so is also complaining about my phone usage because I'm doing TikTok lives at the cafe to promote the business. He doesn't want, he's complaining that I'm on my phone too much. Cool, I'm not running his social media anymore. And it's like, and then it's like, if he's gonna be talking, he barks orders at me, he yells at me all the time, he talks to me so horribly when you're not there, Squeaky. I fucking hate him. I want to quit. And I'm like, I totally get it. But at that time, I was like, we've got one more week and then he's gone. Like, we can pull through this. We've got this. I know we do. And then it'll just be us. We'll be in charge. It'll be fine. And she was like, I'm trying really hard, but I don't know. Blah, 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 blah. So we start going into that week. And I call boss again, and I told him, hey, I relayed this to her, and she says that if she's not allowed to talk to him, he's not allowed to talk to her, and I think that's fair. And he was like, fine, they don't have to talk. And I was like, but what's going to happen though? We can't have two employees that for the most part work together not talking to each other. They've got to be able to communicate at least under certain circumstances. And it's like, well, they can then tell me or they can tell you. And I'm like, what about the days that I'm not there? And he's like, well, they'll figure it out. Okay, sure. He tells me if she doesn't want to do the social media anymore, then he'll go find a media management company to do it. And that he and that he'll communicate things accordingly, yada yada. I call her back, relay the things, yada yada, and told her, hey, just, reiterate, you guys aren't allowed to talk, blah, 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 blah. She's like, fine, fuck this guy. Cool. Heckin', I go back to work on Thursday because it's now her days off. I talk to, new dude, and I'm like, hey, boss tells me this happened. Can you just please give me your side of what the fuck happened? And he's like, I just don't want her correcting me and telling me what to do on the job. I know what I'm doing. I'm following, I'm doing things the way we did it at the other store. Blah, 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 blah. When she talks to me, she's very rude. I like when you talk to me because you talk to me with respect. Blah, blah. To which I was like, I totally get where you're coming from. She doesn't mean to come off the way she does, but at the same time, she's correcting you for a reason. She's not doing it out of spite. But if you keep butting heads with her and saying no, that she's wrong for correcting you, then yeah, she's going to get a little bit aggro because now you're not listening to her. You're not listening to each other. So also please consider where she's coming from when she tells you, hey, you're making that blended drink wrong. You're not using enough ice or enough of an ingredient, or you're using too much of an ingredient. She's not saying this to get under your skin. She's saying it because she's been here for 3 years, just like I have been here for 7. I would tell you also, hey, you're doing that wrong. And if you are actually doing it wrong, which if she brought up the cheat sheets and the book, you're doing it wrong. the next step is not, well, that's how we do it at other store. We're not in other store. And again, you're doing it wrong. If that's how the other store does it, and you've been working at that other store for how long as you have, then guess what? Your store has been doing it wrong for over 2 years. And I'm going to bring that up with Corpo Boss because that's not good. Eventually, at some point on that Thursday, Corpo Boss and New Boss, I'm working some sheets in the office, making some new sheets and printing out some other stuff that we need. And they both pull up in the office and they're like, we need to talk to you. And I'm like, okay, what's wrong? And they're like, it's about, now former AM. And I'm like, what's going on? Because previously, also in those phone calls, I told him, I was like, hey, can you please be nice to her? Because you're putting me in a rough spot whenever she comes to me about things going on. Also, don't tell her she can't talk to me. Because that's another thing too. Because he would give a lot of conflicting commands. He would tell her that when it came to concerns and stuff, that she couldn't talk to me. But now, with like him not wanting to talk to her and her not being allowed to talk to the guy he brought in, now she has to talk to me. So which fucking is it? So don't tell her that she can't come to me with concerns and things that bother her, or that she can't call me or anything, because that's just, she and I work together. She and I handle responsibilities together. I need to communicate with her. I need to let her know, hey, don't forget to order this. Or man, freaking that customer that I dealt with, they're gonna come back tomorrow when I'm not there and you need to deal with them. Like, we need to communicate. That's how you have a team. We work well together. She's never an issue when I'm on shift as well. But like, I know she's rough, but please just try to be nice with her. If you keep pushing her buttons, she's going to get on the defensive. She's had a hard life, a rough upbringing. It doesn't excuse or justify her behavior, but please, I'm letting you know what some of her triggers are so you stop fucking stepping on the landmines. Either way. Thursday, they pull up, they talk to me. They're like, hey, we need to talk to you about her. And I'm like, okay, what's going on? And Corporal Boss is trying to be like, yeah, no, she's pretty rough. I've dealt with her a certain way. She has lack of confidence. She goes on a defensive, yada, yada, yada. But she's usually really good with Squeaky. So like, as long as you establish a connection, blah, blah, blah. Whereas New Boss is like, I can't stand her. I can't work with her. I can't stand her attitude. She gets so defensive and so angry, and I don't understand. She says all these things. She's so disrespectful. And I'm like, calm down. Calm down. Because this is a very stressful time for all of us. You talk to us about certain things, and whenever you ask our advice or anything or ask for our opinions, you tend to brush them off, and we've let that happen. This has been a very stressful transition for us, and she's also dealing with a lot of other personal issues. There was a major medical issue that she's dealing with, and she's also just really exhausted. It doesn't excuse her behavior, but please give her some leeway in some of this stuff. She needs a bit. Yeah, interesting. In my store, we have many people who hate each other but work insanely well together. It sounds like the same issue that we have here, where one store operates one way and the other another way. Yeah, exactly. So, in front of the other boss, I told him, what I suggest is you two come together with her, sit her down. If you need me, I can be there too, but please let me know when this is happening and what time so I can be there, because they wanted to do it on Saturday. So I was like, anytime after 12 is not possible. And I was like, talk to her, explain what's going on, and just try to have a heart-to-heart and try to understand her. And they were like, okay, sure, we'll do that. And I told them, please do this, because if she walks out the door, whether she quits or you fire her, which right now you do not have grounds to fire her, you are going to be putting me in a very difficult situation with a high likelihood that I am going to be leaving as well. And they were like, okay, we'll talk to her. Saturday happens, I don't hear anything. Sunday happens, I don't hear anything. Monday, while I'm playing Crisis Core, and I get those messages from my AM that I'm like, uh-oh, is when I hear that she was fired. She sends me a copy of the letter that she was given. And I read it. And it says that the letter of termination goes into effect May 26th. After that, she no longer works for insert company here. Now, insert company here, it doesn't say the company that the coffee shop is, because each coffee shop, while it's under the franchise name, they're owned by a private company. So, private company. And then it lists off reasons why she was terminated. One of them being, all of which are bullshit. One of them being overuse of cell phone, which she was running your social media. So yes, she has to be on her phone for that. That was the part of the deal. 2, failure to work with others in a teamwork environment. Bullshit. She was only butting heads with your guy, and that was because your guy can't take criticism. 4, third, frequent leaves, short notice leaves from the workplace. Which it was like, okay, so these were usually medical emergencies, either her or her husband. Like her husband was working with a meat cutter and sliced his finger and like almost sliced it off. Now, yeah, she doesn't need to be at the hospital with him. She didn't have to drop everything and go over there, but she did. It's a medical reason. And before she did, she ran it by us. She told us what was going on. We looked at the schedule, and most of the time, she only had like half an hour. So we let her go. But that's the reason why he fired her. And then the very last one was that she wasn't performing adequately or doing her job well, up to standard, which was absolute bullshit. Because why else would she be a fucking manager if she didn't know her fucking job? Why else would she have been working there for 3 years if she didn't do her fucking job? Despite all the, if these were issues, why did my previous boss never fucking fire her? So obviously all these things were bullshit. Coupled with the fact that in BC, when it comes to the conditions in which an employer can fire you, if they have actual reasons to fire you, they can terminate you immediately, and that's called just cause. If they don't have a reason to fire you, they have to let you know minimum a week if you've been there for over 3 months but less than a year, and then each subsequent year, each year after the first year, it adds another week. So for example, with me, if they wanted to let me go, they need to let me know 7 weeks in advance or give me 7 weeks severance pay. Now, because of the switching of companies between my old boss and my new boss, apparently that might have reset. My old boss isn't quite sure because once I heard she was fired, I talked to him as well, but I talked to him a little later and we'll get to that. So it's very likely that in the switching of companies that reset, but if it did, it's still kind of bullshit. But either way, he gave her a week's notice. If you have no reason, you have to give a notice. Similar law here in Texas is that they can fire you for any reason and it's immediate. Yeah. The thing is though, when it comes to wrongful termination in BC, not liking an employee is not grounds to fire them.
Mm-hmm.
So again, the list of things there, again, if you have an actual reason to fire somebody, you can just fire them. You don't have to give them a notice. It can be just on the spot. You're fired. You're not doing your job. Blah, blah, blah. Just cause. I pressed
I'll let the door hit you on the way out.
Yeah, I pressed something. Hold on. I pressed my glasses. Now, whatever. They'll come back.
Interesting to walking into.
Yeah, hello.
Good night,
Work
shit.
drama.
Yeah. Oh no, I'm just talking about my job because I don't work anymore.
Oh,
So
congrats! I
heckin'.
know that was giving you grief.
Yeah, no, I've been just talking about it. So heckin'. Yeah, bullshit reasons in BC. If you have legitimate reason, you can fire immediately because of just cause. If you don't, you have to give at least a week's notice, depending on how long they've been there, more or severance pay. All those reasons were bullshit, which is probably why he gave a notice. But if he had legitimate reasons, which he didn't, he could have easily just fired her on the spot, but he didn't. And on top of that, the notice of termination goes into effect on the 26th, which means that he was still expecting her to show up for one more week of work.
Oh no.
So, because it was like, again, he gave her that on Monday. Monday was the 20th. The 26th is tomorrow. So she was like, they were like, he's firing me in advance. Saying that I was like, yeah, because he expects you to show up for your last shift. She was like, I'm not fucking doing it. I said, I wouldn't blame you. I wouldn't either. It's like, you want to fire me? No, I'm firing me now. You're firing me on the 26th? No, you're not, because I fucking quit. Either way, I told her, don't show up. Don't show up. I wouldn't if I were you. Don't worry about me. I'll handle it. And if he asks questions or if he says shit, I'm going to be like, well, if you fire me a week in advance, I'm quitting too. I'll be like, if he says anything, I'll be like, I don't know. I don't blame her. I'll be like, yeah, no, she has every right to not show up if you fire her. But he never did. He never did. He got a newbie to come in early. We figured it out, but it was still stressful. Interest outside of the time thing, we might be the same here. It's hell to fire someone here in NJ. Yep. So it's funny because when I used to live in New Jersey, I've only ever been fired once, and that was because I exposed an exploit in the rewards point system of the Children's Place.
Shit.
I used to work for Children's Place, and they have a point system where they want the employees to type in the phone number and stuff like that for people to sign in, and most reward systems are like that. I exposed a flaw in the system that would make it very easy to exploit. And when I pointed out that exploit to them, on top of the fact that management was telling us that we had to get people to sign up, and that if we didn't have people claiming rewards points or signing up, that we were going to get our hours cut. I told that to corporate and HR, and they fired me. Yeah. They're like, oh, you found an exploit? You must be abusing it. Loss prevention, you're fired. And I'm like, I also pointed out that your management is using it to freaking exploit our hours and freaking cut and slash our hours. On like our management who doesn't want to give us 40 hours, but will actually cut hours if we don't get people. Yeah, never tell HR anything. No, HR is not your fucking friend. HR is not your fucking friend. They are first and foremost for the company. They are not your fucking friend. Management is not your fucking friend. Hi, Mr. Conchu. Hello and welcome. Same HR will HR will absolutely fuck you over. The only time they won't is if you threaten to sue. Either way. For what?
Yeah.
Yep, for what I heard, good riddance to that job. So Children's Place has always been shit. Oh, absolutely. They've always been shit. They've always been actual garbage. Like they'll say it's not, but no, their clothes are all made in sweatshops. Like I remember a couple years ago around the time I was working there, a year or so while I was working there, there was a sweatshop in India or in Bangladesh that like a couple ones that caught on fire because they weren't meeting safety regulations. So like they didn't have like proper fire escapes or some shit. So like a bunch of people died in those fires. One of those sweatshops belonged to the Children's Place.
Haha.
I hope no one got killed in that.
No, people did.
No, they
Several
they
people.
did.
A lot of people
They
died.
did.
And
That's
it's
why
not
it was a
that
huge
funny
thing.
anymore.
So what was going on around that time, when the list of companies that those sweatshops worked under and Children's Place was exposed, because I used to work in the Garden State Plaza, which is the biggest mall in Jersey. We would get press coming into the store trying to ask us questions, and we were told that if we even acknowledged them, let alone talked to them, we were going to be fired. That we were not allowed to talk to them. That if they did approach us, we were supposed to say, if you have any issues, please refer to my manager. I'm not allowed to, I can't talk to you. I'm not, I don't know what you're talking about. If you have a problem, you can talk to customer service or my manager. I'm still only at my job right now because I have a good, fair, fun, and competent boss. Yeah. My HR is only available for 3 hours and also isn't available on weekends, so very fun when you're trying to get new uniforms when your old ones get torn. Yeah, so HR sends complaints to the area manager who sends it to the general store manager. Yeah. So either way.
Sounds like those people should get educated at the business end of a shotgun barrel.
Now here's the funny thing too. Also, this coffee company that I work for, they're corporate, no HR. There's no HR department. There's a marketing, there is like planning and like operations advisors who go through like they split BC into like sections, and each section is given an operations advisor, which again is a district manager. For corporate, yep, there's no HR. The operations advisors work remotely, so the way they work is they go from they just go to they just bounce from cafe to cafe. So, one will be at this cafe for the day, one will be at another cafe for the day, or they're just, you just call them when you need them. So yeah, no corporate. Their office is some dinky little freaking some dinky little office space in Richmond. Like there's no fucking corporate. Corporate's like less than 10 people. It's fucking pathetic. Because it's also a franchise, and it's a small franchise at that. I say small franchise, there's a couple numbers of stores, but and they're just now branching into Alberta and Ontario, and there's a couple in China, but small company. Yeah, no HR department. As far as I know, there's no HR department. So either way, they fire her. I tell her, don't come. Fuck, what are they gonna do? Fire you? They already fucking did. So things happen. I decide on Tuesday to tell them at the end of the day, so how do you want my 2 weeks? And because again, it was well, now that my AM's not here, now I have to foresee the training of his guy who still doesn't know drive-through. I still have to deal with the trainee that's currently there. They probably are gonna call me in. I have to juggle a lot of things now, on top of then also explaining to customers, where did she go? And things like that. So I now having to kind of juggle what I was already doing, and knowing that my person who I usually would fall to help split the burden is now gone. I have nobody that I can really depend on. Because again, she was my assistant manager. She was my assistant, and you fired her. So, around noon that day, he left to go do something. And I was like, okay, when he comes back, I'll talk to him. He had cut our hours, so I was now, instead of leaving at 2, leaving at 1. And I was like, okay. Then when I told that to my former manager, he immediately stopped talking. I've been told by managers I'm not allowed to talk about how much I make, and I straight up said there is no law against that, and in fact, the IRS encourages people to talk about their wages. Yeah. So,
Yeah, they tried doing that at Roger Wilco, but we just still talked about our wages anyway.
yeah,
Someone
no,
did get
they're-
fired,
like,
and they
there,
got, and then they got
nowadays, there's very few places with a law that says employees can't talk about their wages.
Yeah.
Because it encourages a competitive market for employees to talk about their wages.
Uh-huh.
And now in BC, I think as of a year ago, an employer cannot discipline, punish, or outright fire an employee strictly on the basis that they talked about their wages. So either way, he never comes back around the time I leave, so I stay an extra 10 minutes and I write up a notice. I leave it on the desk. I let one of my other girls know, who is now, aside from me, my last full-timer, aside from the corpo boss's daughter, but I don't really count her because she kind of sucks at her job because she doesn't do the front, and it's like she only does drive-through, so she's half a worker at this point. But my last dependable person, I'm like...
Not even a full person wall.
Is it illegal for managers to tell you not to talk about your wages? It is.
Yes.
It is illegal. Yeah. Most check your state worker laws, but I know that in BC, Canada, it is illegal for managers and supervisors and bosses to tell you that you cannot talk about your wages.
100% it's illegal to fire someone for that in New Jersey.
Yeah, doing that led to my assistant manager to quit because she worked at my place for 5 years and I was making more than her when I worked there for only 1. I would walk the fuck out too if that was the case. Either way. And, so I put in my 2 weeks notice. I leave it on the desk. And I tell my last dependable girl, hey, I just gave him my 2 weeks. I know that you're probably leaving end of June because you're moving and stuff like that. I also know your situation where this job is stressing you out and your parents have told you that you don't need to work before the move if you don't want to. So I don't blame you if after my last day on the 29th, which I said, I was like, I don't blame you if after I'm gone, you decide to quit too. In fact, I encourage it. And she was like, oh my God. Because the whole time I was telling her, I was like, I'm thinking about leaving my notice. I'm thinking about leaving my notice. And she was like, oh my God, no. Oh my God, no. Oh my God, no. And then I do it. I walk out and I tell her, and she was like, oh my God, no, you didn't. And, hold on, let me find my notice. So, funny enough, I've never written a 2-week notice in my life. Because normally I just let people know, like, hey, I'm not gonna be working here after this because blah, blah, blah. I put here, dear company, I'm writing to formally submit my 2 weeks notice of resignation from my position as general manager for your company, starting today, May 21st, 2024, due to several concerns in the past couple of weeks that I am not obligated to disclose. I feel that after 7 years of service to Coffee Company, it is my time to leave. My final day will be Friday, May 24th, 2024, unless scheduled otherwise before June 4th. June 4, 2024. If so, be warned that I am at my leisure to refuse shifts after my listed final day. I wish you good luck in the future and thank you for the time allowed to me. Good luck. And then my name and the signature. So pretty much I said, I'm quitting. This is the last day I will be working up to my last scheduled day, which was again yesterday, the 24th. And that if they schedule me anytime before June 4th, which would be the second week in the notice, I'm not obligated to show up. And also, my concerns and the reasons for why I'm leaving, I don't have to disclose them to you if I don't want to. I leave that note, and in my brain, I'm like, I'm probably gonna get a message or a call from somebody, yada, yada, yada. 2 3 hours pass. And I do get a call, but it's not from boss. It's from Corpo boss. And around this time, I'm also talking to my former now AM, because I'm letting her know, like, hey girl, I put in my 2 weeks. They did you so dirty, yada, yada, yada. We're talking about some shit. I get a call from Corpo boss and he's like, how are you doing? How are you feeling? Everything okay? I'm like, what's wrong? And he was like, well, one of the regulars told me that you put in your 2 weeks. I'm like, oh yeah. Cause I was walking out the store and I let one of the clientele who pulled me aside to say hi to me and ask about AM, that I put in my 2 weeks and that she got fired. And he was like, yeah, they said they're not coming anymore. And I'm like, as they should. And he was like, so why are you and he was like, so why are you giving in your 2 weeks? And I was like, remember all those concerns that I brought up? I don't like them. I don't like them. I don't like how he has treated my former assistant manager. I have corroborations from the girls that he has yelled at her, that corroborations from one another that he barks orders at them, that he is just generally loud and obnoxious towards them. There have been times where he's been like that with me, and I understand that he is the boss and that he is the owner and that he's bought the right to be right, but I don't care, because I've been here for 7 years and I am not going to be talked to like I don't know what I'm doing. And obviously I list off my AM's complaints, my own complaints, and some of the things. My AM had talked to him a couple times too, and he normally brushed her off because she tends to exaggerate things or whatever, and he didn't believe her. But he says she was telling me that she was telling him the same things. But he brushed her off. But now I'm saying the same things. So now he's now really wondering if there's actually a problem. And I was like, but you're not going to do anything about it, are you?
You're not going to do anything about it, are you? No.
But you can't really do anything about it, can you? You can only advise him. And you've already told me that he won't even listen to you. Man. Now you know how so-and-so felt when she was in charge of you. But, obviously we're being more respectful, but me and him were also always able to shoot the shit a little bit. So again, a little bit more casual while still being professional. And I told him, at the end of the day, though, another concern was the burden that he has put on me. The fact that I told him, hey, if she walks out that door, regardless of the circumstance, you're putting me in a very difficult position that will lead me to follow her. That it took his person to tell him, I don't want to work with her. I will quit if I have to work with her. The fact that he chose to listen to him over me tells me how much he values me as a worker, which is he doesn't. So he's now put me under a very stressful position, and like I told him, a high chance that you will see me walk out that door as well, and I have put in my 2 weeks notice. And also, freaking dude makes drinks wrong. You might want to actually look into that. You might actually want to tell the person in charge of that district, because his other stores in another district. You might want to look into that. They've been making drinks wrong for 2 years. You might want to look into that. That's a brand. Now that's an actual like brand integrity issue. You're gonna want to look into that. That's not good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be treated that way. He had no right to treat my AM or the other girls that way. That's bullshit. Also, with all the burdens that he was now gonna be putting onto me, with training the new guy and getting everyone set up, because on the 26th, they're having a fucking community day where for 2 hours in the day they're giving drinks for free and all that. No. And we're supposed to like prep and advertise it? No. No. For $20.50 an hour? No. I'm not doing it. Sorry. I'm not doing it. Not when I've talked to so many other professionals and people in the service industry who have done half of what I do and get paid more. No. I just wanted to say, enjoy my 6-month sub, your commitment to your own integrity, appreciating to see considering my own circumstances. Oh, absolutely. And he was being like, yeah, but like, you know, boss man says like he loves you so much and that you're such an amazing worker. And he's distraught right now. He said, I haven't truly talked to him yet, but he said you left a 2-week notice and he's really distraught. He doesn't know what to do. And I'm like, oh yeah? I didn't know what to do after I heard that she was fired. Huh. Okay. So, and he was like, well, I wanted just to call you to see, what would you be willing, what would you want in exchange for you rescinding that 2 weeks notice? And I was like, man, I want $25 an hour in benefits. And he was like, oh, it's a bit of a steep ask, but, And I was like, that's a steep ask for running
Really?
your fucking store as a general manager?
It's really not.
For being the general manager / supervisor of this fucking store?
That's the bare minimum.
4 days for just 4 days and just 4 days a week for most part? Being right now the only viable, dependable man? I don't think so. But again, if those demands are too hard, then, you know, he's gonna have a hard time without me.
Not so kindly, piss up a rope.
To which he was like, okay, well, I'll bring up some things, and maybe he'll talk to you tomorrow. And I was like, yeah, no, I intend to show up to my last couple shifts because I want to say goodbye to my regulars. So that
Also,
Wednesday.
we both know he's not going to do it.
So that Wednesday. Well, here's the thing, Nightshade. You didn't hear about these parts. You didn't hear about my last couple days, Nightshade.
Oh, what? Oh, I love
So,
tea. What's the tea?
I came in Thursday. Came in 6 a.m. Heckin' no former AM on Wednesday, because again, she quit.
Yeah.
And at some point, Boss Man pulls me aside. Oh, on time for the last week pettiness arc. Oh no, I'm very professional when it comes to my pettiness. So either way, so he pulls me aside, and he was like, I can give you. He was like, I can raise your wage. And I was like, oh yeah? And he was like, just, I want to talk about your 2 weeks because me and my wife, we love you. You're an amazing worker. You're amazing customer service. You've been here for 7 years. You are perfect for this job. We love you so much.
Can I just say, I imagine you just looking like resting bitch face, like get to the
complete
fucking
like,
point, right?
And he was like, I want you to think about it. I can raise your wages. And I was like, yeah, sure, I'll think about it. And he was like, and I was like, I'm gonna take that customer in the front though while I think about it. So I take customers, things like that. About an hour and a half later, he pulls me aside again, and he was like, I can raise your wage by another 50 cents.
How much are you getting paid?
$20.50. So before he took over, it was $20. He gave me a 50-cent raise. So now he's coming here after I gave him my 2 weeks notice. I can give you another 50 cents. To which I was like,
how about you shove that 50 cents up your urethra?
Are you fucking... You told him how much? I don't think... Here's the thing. I don't think Corpo Boss told him that I want $25 an hour in benefits. I think he just mentioned him. She probably wants a higher raise. But so he brings up to me. He was like, I will offer you 50 more cents. And I was like, uh-huh. And he was like, I'm offering you a good deal. I know you will think about it, and I know you will make the right choice. And he gives me like this smile, like his whole heart, like he's confident that this 50 cents. I said,
this girl is broke. She will never leave. Like,
and I was
dude.
like, And again, and this is, this guy has bad BO too. Like this guy stinks. Like, I don't know how much he's perspiring at 6 a.m., but I would come in and I could smell him. He reeks.
100% he does not have a shower.
I don't fucking know. but would reek.
I will accuse him of it. I will accuse him. A lot of the coworkers at my old job.
Me to tell me I earn an additional $1 every
not
hour,
shower.
sign me the fuck up. Yeah, 50 cents in that circumstance is an insult. Oh, sweet, like 3 more Canadian dollars a week. So that would fill the void of lost trust and integrity swallowing the street. The guy's a piece of shit. So yeah. And again, anybody in Vancouver, he runs the Lionsgate Hospital Cafe. I'm not saying which one, because if you know, you'll know. But either way.
Ooh.
Lionsgate Hospital in Vancouver.
Hospital.
So
There it is.
he says that shit, and fucking I'm like, yeah, no, I'll think about it. I just look at him very unimpressed, like, yeah, I'll look at it. He's like, yes, think about it. And I'm like, keep going about my day. Eventually, near the end of the day, I see his wife come in and she's like, hi, hello, how are you doing? How are you feeling? And I'm like, it's been a very exhausting couple of days, but we're trucking, we're doing our best, like always. And she's like, okay, wonderful. And just as I'm about to get ready to leave, I've finished splitting the tips. I just have to, clock out. This dude is like just watching me. It's like a hawk, just watching me. And every time I would go, now, excuse me, because on Thursday, was it Thursday? No, it was Wednesday. Because my former AM obviously didn't show up and boss's daughter was not there. She essentially was like, hey, boss's daughter was, old boss's daughter was off, so there was no one in the drive-thru, so I was sequestered to the back most of the time. But the times that I was able to talk to some regulars, I would notice that after I was finished talking to them, he would immediately go and start talking to them. Which I caught a little sus, to which I was like, is he like telling them that I'm lying or like thinking that? Now I did go to them and because some of them like asked me like, where is the other person? To which I was like, other person has been let go. I think the reasons are bullshit, but she's been let go and I've given my 2 weeks. My last day's Friday. Because I felt they deserved to know. My last manager tried to have me do location work and said, I'll pay for your gas. Dude, you pay me once a month and you won't give me a raise. Fuck off. Exactly. So, heckin', he would do that. Near the end of the day, he's waiting by the office, the door, and my stuff is in the office, so I can't leave without going in the office and getting my stuff. So, at some point, he moves out of the way, and I go in and get my stuff. And then he's like, can we talk for a moment? And I hear the office door shut. And his wife, like, was already in there. To which I'm like... To which I look at the closed door and I look at both of them and I'm like, how can I help you?
How can you help me?
And he sits down on the chair and now I'm like, fuck, now I'm in an enclosed space with this fucker. I'm gonna suffocate in 5 minutes. And freaking, he starts talking where he's like, I want to know what your concerns are. To which I'm like, you mean the ones I've been telling you for the past month? That suddenly now we want to talk about? And his wife, and again, both of them, English is not their first language. So
that's what I wanted to ask. You were talking with an accent. Are they Indian?
They are East Indian.
Explains a lot. India's got a very bad work culture. So that's probably migrating.
I never want to assume the worst. I have unfortunately heard.
That's just the answer.
I've unfortunately heard a lot of bad things, and the last time my old boss tried to sell the store, and people caught wind that East Indian owners were buying it. I had some people immediately drop like flies. Talking about the whole thing, work culture being really bad, yada, yada, yada. I was like, it's probably not that bad. I'm going to give them benefit of the doubt. I've never worked for them. Let's see what happens. That explains a lot.
All of them. All of them are like that. Because when I worked at Amazon, a lot of people who are from India migrated over here, and they would say the work culture over there is shit. It's 100% shit. That's why you get a lot of scam call centers over there. That's why you get a lot of that's why you got like very bad reputation. And they're like, it's not all of us. It's just the work culture there is very bad. It's very suffocating. They make you compete for, they'll make other people compete for their jobs and stuff like that. It's really bad over there. So it's just everything. It just matches up with everything everyone at Amazon, like who's like Nareem.
It sadly does.
I'm saying their real. I'm saying their real names. I shouldn't say that, but
it's fine.
he was a good guy, so I can say his real name. He's not a bad person. But just a bunch of people who are from India were saying the same thing, and I'm just like, when I heard you talking with an accent, I'm just like, you know what? I bet this is Indian work culture, and it's just like, it's Indian work culture.
What's really ironic too, well, not really ironic because you already just kind of said it too, is that I had a girl, who was from India, and she's like on a permit and stuff like that. One of the reasons she left was because her permit's about to expire soon, and to renew it, she'd have to go back to India, and she doesn't want to.
No.
And so her family knows someone who is a permanent resident in Ontario, that she has only talked to a certain number of times on the phone. She left us at the end of April to go to Ontario and get married. So that she can go through sponsorship and yeah. So
yeah.
And she had told my AM a couple things where she was like, hey, because they had noticed her immediately, the new owners. They had noticed her immediately and would talk to her. They would talk to each other in their language. And she came back to us and she was like, they are not good people. And it was like, oh shit. But I was still like, oh, yeah, benefit of the doubt. We don't know them. We haven't. And she was like, before I left India, my mom told me that I can work. It said that if I can work under any owner, but to not work for us. Do not work for an East Indian.
No.
I got warned by an Indian not to work for Indians. Never elaborated further, which scared me. That still happens. Fuck. It's crazy. But yeah, she was like, my family warned me not to work for other Indians, and that was insane to me. To which, again, they pulled me aside. They were like, we want to make sure that no reasons that you're leaving are personal. And I was like, no, I have no personal issues with you guys. I have professional issues with you guys, but no personal issues. I think you guys are doing your best with what you've got, and you've made changes that I don't personally agree with, but you guys are the owners of the store, so what does it matter what I have to say? Oh wait, it suddenly does now because I'm giving 2 weeks. Okay, so what do we want to talk about? You want to hear my concerns now? So I tried to reiterate some of them, but I'm also trying to leave, to which I was like, can you also give me a moment to note everything down? Because I've been expressing my concerns throughout the month, and it's a lot for me to just recall on short notice like this when I'm trying to go home. And the whole time his wife is telling me, we think you're a wonderful worker. You're so good. There is no better person to run the store than you than you right now. You're so good. We want you here. We love you. We talk about you all the time and how great you are.
Don't talk about me.
You don't know how much it's going to hurt us when you leave. If you leave, we have our event coming up on the 29th. We need you here. Blah, 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 blah. And I was like, well, that event that you guys are having is from 3 to 5, and I'm only here from 6 to 2. You can't schedule me for that day. And to which I was like, can you guys give me a moment to properly formulate a proper response to you guys, because I don't want to really give you scattered bits and thoughts while I'm trying to leave. And boss tells me one more time, I can make your wages high. And I was like, but we just want to make sure it's not a personal matter. I was like, I don't have a personal issue with you guys. My main issue is that I told you guys that if you fired AM, my AM. You were making my life hard, and you did it anyway. And then, and I was like, but other than that, it's not personal. And I was like, I don't think you guys have anything personal, do you? And his wife's like, no, nothing personal, nothing personal. And then he chimes in. This fucking idiot chimes in. No, I have a personal issue. I did not like her, so I fired her.
Well,
and I just looked at him and I was like, I'm glad that we're being honest. That was that moment that I wish I had something fucking recording on me. But I was like, I'm glad we're finally being honest.
Since we're being honest, take a fucking shower, bozo.
And he was like, I did not like her. I did not like her attitude towards me. I did not like her personality. I could not stand to have her here. I could not stand her. And I'm like, you know, that's not jurisdiction to fire anybody, but you know what's done is done. And he was like, I will do anything you ask of me, but do not tell me to bring her back. And I told him, she doesn't want to work for you, sir. I am not going to fight for her because she doesn't even want to come back here. If she has an issue with the terms, if she has any issue with the circumstances in which you fired her, you will get a notification from her lawyer. But that's only if she thinks that you're worth the fight. Either way, this isn't about her. Canada is one-party recording, right? It depends on the province. BC is a one-party recording. And
for real, I usually break that rule if it's like, oh no, you can't record. It's two-party consent. I don't care. What are you gonna do?
It's that thing. While legally you can't use it, you can shit on somebody online about it, though. Now here's the thing.
Just be like, spread that recording everywhere.
Yeah. Now here's the thing too, and
the bread is here.
Hello.
Can you believe it? They were just
that
about to
all
throw
aside.
all this away. What a waste.
That all aside, though, he's apparently already recorded us. Because apparently one of my girls had found a phone stashed away somewhere that was currently recording.
What?
And they pretended they were only aware of it. Like, she had swore that she saw something that looked like a phone recording. And then later on, she overheard her and my, at the time, AM, could hear them in the office listening to recordings. Because for a minute, they're like, you kind of hear our voices? And they had put their ears to the office because the door wasn't like entirely closed, and they were listening to recordings, to which I was like, let them. What the fuck are they listening for? For us shit-talking them? Like, if we're in the cafe, good luck making out fucking anything. But either way, I don't give a shit. If they have an issue, they'll tell us. They never did, by the way. So fat chance they heard anything worth saying anything about, but whatever. But yeah. They point out to me that I'm so amazing, it's gonna hurt the business if I leave, yada yada yada, that they didn't like her, so they fired her, and I was like, thank you for being honest, and just want to let you know that your reasons for firing her are not legally viable, so if she decides to go after you for wrongful termination, you're going to hear from somebody, but have fun with that, that's not my problem. And he was like, I can make your wages high, you just have to say what you want and we can talk it out. And I was like, again, I want to go home. So let me please formulate what I need, what I want to talk when it comes to my talking points, yada, yada, yada. At that point, one of my girls knocks the door and she's like, someone wants to speak to a manager. To which they're like, go speak to them, Anna. I had already fucking clocked out by then, but I was like, sure, one last one. One last time. So I go in, it's some freaking locksmith people, so I was like, nope, you want to talk to the boss. That's when I also remember, oh shit, I left one more thing in the office. So I go back to the office, and his wife is there still, and she's like, I just don't understand why you would want to leave. It's going to hurt us so much, and you're perfect for this place. You've been here for so long. And I looked at her, and I was like, with all due respect, ma'am, I know exactly, because here's another thing, she was reiterating a lot of the points. Another point they kept pointing out was that I didn't know my worth, that I'm leaving because I don't understand my worth. To which I was like, oh no, I understand my worth completely, which is why you're in this predicament now, and that's why you now suddenly want to listen to everything I have to say. But whatever. So she starts reiterating these points, And I tell her, with all due respect, ma'am, I am well aware of how much I'm worth to this store. I have been thinking about this, not since I heard she was fired, for over a week now. And at the end of the day, I'm just very, very tired. And she looks at me and she's like, but you only work 4 days. And that...
You don't fucking get it, do you?
It took me all of the patience that I had to look at her and like not just hand her my key personally. I looked at her and I was like, excuse me, ma'am. I work every day. I have another job aside from this, one that is none of your business. But I work every day. And she just kind of looked away like, oh shit. And I was like, I'm going home now. And one of the girls that was there was like, oh my god, I'm not gonna see you after this. And said that she wanted a hug. And like, as she's hugging me, she's like whispering me, she's like, please, like, this place is fucked without you. And I was like, I can't be here anymore, girl. And as like she's hugging me, the wife, again, we'll go into why, the actual why later, but in my head I was just like, She was like, no, don't worry, she'll be back, she's not going anywhere. And I had to look at the other girl where I was like, I'm not looking. I was like, I'm leaving. I'm not looking back, I'm leaving. And I just walk out that door. And ooh, if I was a worse person. If I was a worse person.
If you were me.
Someone who was fired from Wawa after I started was fired for their personality. Customer coworker complaints, including me. She apparently liked me because I was honest. And I looked at her one time and said, no offense, why I think you're a decent person, your work ethics are terrible. So I'll pull up a chair. So like, it was interesting, to say the least. So
I'm so sorry. Oh, no.
No, keep going. What are you gonna say?
No, I was just gonna say, I just wanted to ask if you wanted to hear some justice that happened recently.
Ooh, go for it, hun.
Okay, so there's this guy on one of my routes, and he is a gigantic asshole. He is a gigantic piece of shit. Like he'll scream at you, yell at you, you know, tell you to go fucking kill yourself, all that kind of shit. Another thing is that he is, and I don't say this word lightly because I know you see this word on Twitter a lot, but he is a racist and a misogynist. Because one of the people who was carrying mail, who's the regular, is Filipino, and called him a certain thing you don't call Filipinos. And my postmaster, really nice lady. She's the best boss I've ever worked for.
Yeah.
She came out, tried to resolve the situation, and he started like, you know, calling her a bunch of names, and he's saying, you know, like, you know, what, you know, he didn't say like go in the kitchen, but he would say stuff similar to that.
Yeah.
Or, you know, adjacent in that lining.
Yeah.
So eventually she comes back and she says, attention everyone. We are no longer delivering mail to this house indefinitely. He will not get any mail from us. He will not get any packages from us. He will not get any ads from us. He will get nothing. If he wants his mail, he is coming here, and I'm going to give it to him personally. And ever since then, for 5 months and counting, he has had to come in and get his mail, and my boss just stares at him. It's not like even a polite thing. It's just a hard stare, like, how does it feel being fucked by me?
We love to see it.
It's so good.
We love to see it. Yeah. No,
I'm
fuck
sorry,
that.
I interrupted your story.
No,
but I just
it's
felt like
okay. I
should've-
needed the
should've-
quick little break anyway. No, I
Okay.
love that. Cause again, it's like, stop. People that treat people like assholes should not get away with it, honestly. Mike Tyson's right, some people need a punch in the mouth. Legit. Freaking, again, I walked out that day, I was mad. I was not happy. I was not happy.
Oh.
I was like, I wish I could have brought like younger, more ratchet me. I would have been like, just for that, girl. Just for that. Just for that. Actions have consequences, bitch. And just walked and personally given her my key and walked out the door. And just look at boss, be like, just for your wife, I quit. Tell her to watch her fucking mouth. But I didn't do that because I pretend to be mature. But freaking, I walked out that day. Whatever, wrote down my points and things like that, just in case they actually pull me aside to have a genuine conversation again. Freaking, I fixed it, had to close a lot of tabs. Yeah, that would do it. I would have done that in a fucking heartbeat. But fucking next day rolls around. As if my boss could just stop freaking cornering me for a fucking second. Corners me again. And he was like, cause again, now we're on Thursday. And I'm like, so clock's ticking. And he's like, what can I give you that will make you stay? And I was like, do you want to hear some of my concerns first? And he was like, please let me know your concerns. I mentioned again, the safety things with the opening and the closing. I mentioned that, how I would appreciate it if during the winter at the very least, we had some later hours so that me and the girls, whether it be opening or late at night, if I'm opening or not, whoever is opening instead of me, that they can be safe and know that they'll be safe. Have someone to come in early in the morning, no more than half an hour after they come in, so that they know that they're not alone, because we shouldn't be relying on the customers to fucking protect us. Like, that's fucked. And he's like, yeah, we can do that. But what about what will make you stay? What can I offer you? What do you want? Tell me, what do you want?
Yeah, he didn't want to hear your concern. He wanted to hear what he needed to give.
And I was like, okay, 25. I was like, okay, 25 an hour and benefits. He was like, benefits? And I'm like, yep, vision and dental. I was like, I am well aware that the company has offered franchisees, in collaboration with a benefits firm that they found, the company has collaborated with a benefits firm to allow franchisees to offer benefits to their workers. But I also know that a lot of franchisees did not opt for this. So no one is currently opting benefits, but I know that collaboration is still in effect because I look at the blog. So you can probably talk to your operations advisor, who was my former boss, and talk to him about offering me benefits. He was like, yeah, I can talk to him about that. Yeah, sure. I can do 23 an hour with benefits. And I was like, oh yeah? And he was like, yeah, we can figure something like that out. Just, is there anything else you want? And I was like, You said anything? He was like, anything, but I just do not ask me to rehire a person. I was like, that person's not on the table. And I was like, again, I want you to do something. I want you to really to change things back in terms of the openings, because this is a genuine safety concern with how the town is going, or the general risks in town. I want you to, again, raise in benefits. Something hilarious, I didn't realize how much I needed benefits until I got them at the beginning of the year. Med, dental, vision. Well, with Canada, we have free healthcare. It's vision and dental that aren't covered. They're like medical DLC. And I tell him, I'm like, hey, another thing I want, you can't get rid of me without 4 weeks notice or 4 weeks severance. To which he was like, oh, I have no reason to ever want to let you go. And I was like, ew. Also, I want this all in writing. And he was like, yeah, we can list up your he was like, we can list up your terms and we can look it over with a lawyer, blah blah blah. And he was like, but we love you. Me and my wife, we talk about you all the time, about how great you are and how much we love you and we want you to stay here and we want you to be happy. And I was like, speaking of your wife. Sadly, my business doesn't give benefits to part-time, which means for me to get anything, I need to quit college, so that isn't fun. When you're a good worker to the point your crummy boss doesn't want you to ever leave. So which I was like, speaking of your wife, and I was like, and no disrespect to your wife.
But major disrespect to your wife.
No, I was like, I was like, no disrespect to your wife. I know that neither of you, English is your first language. And again, I'm willing to give benefit of the doubt on some things. But I feel like both the behavior of not only you, but your wife was wholly unprofessional. I take professionalism very, very seriously in the workplace. And some of the things that your wife said to me while you were occupied, let's just say if I was any other person, would have been immediately grounds for me to just leave and just, I wouldn't be standing here right now if I was another person after what your wife said to me. And he was like, what did she say? And I was like, she said this. And again, I'm willing to give her benefit of the doubt that she didn't mean it. And no, she didn't mean it. She just doesn't know English well. And you don't have to listen to her. She doesn't matter in this equation. This is between you and me. And English isn't her first language, but she is a good woman. She is my wife. I've known her for, and I was like, I expect you to know your wife, sir.
That's your wife.
I was somewhat thinking, I'm not gonna lie, the amount I heard about him and his wife loving you and apparently everything you just said, man, they're a couple of steps away from offering a damn threesome or some shit. They noticed you from across the barista. Dishonor on you, dishonor on your cow.
Oh god.
It really is fucking sad.
I was about to be like, I just noticed, I was like, wait, Emerald, you're not, I was about to be like, Emerald, can you please ban yourself? But you're not even a fucking mod.
You do it anyway.
Mods, can we ban Emerald?
No, I ain't banning Emerald. That's fucking based.
No, it's fine. It's okay. It's fine. No. Not with.
Yeah.
Not even because I'm super fucking demisexual, but because this man fucking reeks.
Yeah. No,
his BO is so fucking bad. I could smell him from like feet away. No.
Yeah. No.
Ugh.
Yeah. No. I had a guy at my old place who smelled really bad too. I would visibly go like wave my hand in front of my nose, and he'd flip me off. I'd go like, "You still stink." I'm very mean.
It was that thing of, again, with me when it comes to professionalism in the workplace, I'm always about being professional, because the last thing I want people to say, and this is mostly a me thing. I don't want to give anybody more ammo than they need. When it comes to work, I don't tell people about my life. I don't tell people about my personal shit. And my general jurisdiction is give them no reason to shit talk you. If all they got to say about you is that they don't like you or they don't like the way you are, but you are like the best person fucking ever, then they're the ones that look like fucking assholes. I give them no reason to treat me or talk to me like shit. Weird question. Did it smell like rotten curry or incense? It smelled like old food and sweat and BO. It was like old.
It just
I
smelled
hate it
like
because it sounds so bad, but it smells like BO and fucking BO and curry. It just smells.
It just smells like,
it smells bad.
What a person who hasn't showered in years smells like, right?
And again, I don't assume people's fucking hygiene, okay?
Well, assuming is how we survive. So,
Again, I don't.
that's how caveman. That's how we get from Unga Bunga caveman to now.
I don't like assuming because again, I've been around other people of that culture who do not smell. So.
Oh yeah, no, I'm just being very vindictive right now.
Yeah, I knew it. Either way, dude fucking reeked. And while it's not bad, curry is nice. No one wants BO with their curry. Yeah, it was mostly a very BO smell. Either way, bad. So again, me very much being like, why does this fucker keep fucking cornering me? Why does he keep saying this shit? It's making me fucking uncomfortable. It's fucking weird.
I want you to be my second wife.
I know English is not their first language, so they can only really speak directly in terms of things. Again, assuming benefit of the doubt because I don't want to assume shit about no people because you never fucking know. Again, I like to think the best with people sometimes, most of the time. So again. Oh, but man, is it fucking creepy. Man, does someone have can someone probably make an argument for fucking sexual harassment if they really wanted to? I didn't like it. And I told him, I was like, hey, when I leave, I'm just also really tired of this. It's been a very stressful month. I want to see what's out there. I have a lot of experience now. I have a lot of managerial experience. I have Corpo Boss's recommendation if I ever look for any other place. And I want to see what's out there. I want to see what other things I can do here now that I have the experience. When I first came here to Canada, nobody would hire me but this place, and I will forever be grateful to my former boss for hiring me when he did. But I think it's also maybe a good time for change. So let me see what's out there. And if I don't get any good enough deals for whatever they want me to do, then maybe we can consider a deal. And he was like, yes, I will give you 1 month. And I was like, how badly do you want me back? And he was like, well, you are welcome to come back at any time, but I can only offer the deal for so long. And if you do take the deal, I ask that you don't tell anybody because I'm only going to give you the raise and benefits. And I was like, I will look into the legality of that demand. But either way, holy shit. Yeah, because he was like, I don't want you to tell anybody. And I was like, I will look into see how legal that demand is. Holy shit, listen. But yeah, I love how, like, bass squeaky is bass.
Man, this is that fucking look at me, I'm the captain now moment.
I don't know if that's legal, my guy. It fucking ain't.
It is not.
No.
So, after again some reiteration, I was like, if I choose to take your deal, I will contact you. I will list off my demands. You will bring me a document in writing, and then we will discuss. He was like, yes, but let me know if I feel that deal is ready. But I'm not making any promises. I'm going to be looking around and seeing what I find and what I prefer. Blah, blah, blah. Manager man swapped out his yellow shirt for a red one. That all being said, the rest of that day went generally smooth. And then yesterday, he left at around noon. And I just haven't seen him since. May your wings take, yeah. So, yesterday being my last day, funny enough, yesterday I wasn't feeling well, so I thought, maybe I'll leave a little bit early. But then Corpo Boss's daughter freaking called out again, and I actually ended up staying some extra time there, to help my last good girl that was there. And to talk to some more customers that, I was letting them know that my issues and why I was leaving. And I also told a couple people that he was offering me benefits.
I'm just gonna take a giant shit in your Cheerios before I leave. It's gonna be a giant wet fart shit, and you're gonna have to, and you won't be able to eat around it.
The juice. I was telling people, it's just like, oh, he's offering me. And I was like, he's offering me a pretty good deal with a raise in benefits. And because obviously, again, I'm already out the fucking door with no promise to come back. What are you gonna do if I tell people you offered me a raise with benefits, huh? Are you gonna rescind it? Cool, now I really have no reason to come back. So where's the part where I lose? Because right now I fucking don't.
Yeah.
Did you tell him about the
my
union, though?
God.
What fucking union? There's no fucking union for baristas. Spread some chaos before you leave. Yeah, so either way, last girl, she was like, what do I do? Because it's like, I'm the only last dependable person. I was like, depending on how you feel, if it's worth it, he cannot afford to lose you either. So start making demands if you think it's worth it. Make some demands. Maybe also bring up that you might want benefits. I don't think he'll give them to you, but consider it. Fucking.
He says no.
No. Oh yeah, I
got
also
the
said
power
that
here.
I had also said for the deal that I wanted like my 4 days and my hours guaranteed and yada yada yada. But yeah, some people have told me it's not a bad deal, but then it just becomes a matter of what am I coming back to? And
Yeah,
it's
no, that
already a
place is
huge shit show,
fucked.
and I think I told myself if I do go back and it's still a shit show, I'm walking out the door again. It's just gonna be I quit. But all I do know is that before I left, I decided to talk to the guy he brought in. Because one of the things that boss wanted me to do it when I left was teach him how to do the ordering with our distributors, which he didn't know how to do. It's funny because the boss knows how to do it and he just doesn't want to teach him for whatever fucking reason. So I run it through him and he was like, hopefully
It's a
you
power
change.
thing.
He was like, hopefully you change your mind about quitting. And again, his guy is also, he's like Iranian and Persian, but English is also not his first language. It's also a deal that can be a bartering chip for future applications. Oh, of course. So I talked to him and I was like, hey, so, because he was like, I hope you change your mind. And I was like, okay. But first off, I was like, let me be real with you. Because at the end of the day, I'm walking out that door. And depending on how things is, I'm probably not coming back. Well, I can be really honest and I don't have to really be professional anymore. You used to live in Vancouver. You have a wife. And you moved here. And your wife's not with you. So can you just answer me? Because he was also like, I want to know why you're leaving. And I was like, because I'm done with this place. But if we're going to because I'm done with this place, I don't feel respected. I don't feel valued, blah, 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 blah. Now, suddenly, I'm valuable the moment my foot's out the door. And I kind of don't fucking buy it. And honestly, I don't want to create a cyclical habit of every time I need to get my way, I have to threaten to leave. Just not worth it. But I was like, but also, again, let me bring up to you. You came to Vancouver. Your wife's in Vancouver. She has the car. So why are you here? Why did you relocate? And he tells me that he had no choice. And I was like, what do you mean you had no choice? He was like, I don't have permanent residency here. My wife doesn't have permanent residency here. And I was like, how long have you and your wife been here? He was like, we've been here for about 3 years. And I was like, and still not eligible for permanent residency and stuff? He was like, nope. The government keeps moving the point minimum system and we end up never having enough. Hi, Kid of Burden, how we doing?
Damn, there might be a pattern of recognition here.
Hold on, I'm just making sure that my there we go. So So he starts mentioning that to me, where he's like, they keep messing with the point system, so it makes it harder, and we can't apply for permanent residency. I used to work 2 jobs, now I just work this one, and I work 6 days a week because that's how much they want me to work. And I was like, huh.
That's
Yep.
so many kinds of shady, man.
And I was like, they want you to work 6 days a week or what? Or it's like, or they'll find someone else, and I need to work. And I need to work so that I can get the points to apply for permanent residency. And I was like, okay.
And if he doesn't work for them, he probably probably make a phone call to a certain organization.
Well, again, he has the work permits and stuff. He's just not a permanent resident. So like once those expire, if they don't renew them, then they have to leave. Hi, Lynn. So I didn't mention that throughout this we had, well, I did mention a couple times we had a new girl. And on the last day, that corporal boss's daughter called out, which was yesterday. He called her in. And originally, she was scheduled for a closing shift for 4 to 7, and then maybe 3 to 7. But because of the call out, she came in at 8 in the morning. I learned from my last girl that she's working from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. Which were like, fuck, I don't think that's well, I mean, after 8 hours, it's overtime, but fuck, like, is she okay with that? And the whole time, we're not sure if she's okay.
That wasn't overtime.
And during that time, I was like, I don't think we're okay. I don't think that's okay. Is she okay with that? I learned later on, just before I left, that my last girl was like, I'm not letting her stay that long. That's an 11-hour shift. And that she had messaged the boss like, hey, are you sure you want her to stay here that long? What? And then she actually, that's a myth, overtime. She ended up talking to the new girl, being like, hey, are you sure that you want to work an 11-hour shift? And she says, I have no choice. I was told I had to come in and work this long. And on top of that, she had messaged the boss, obviously not letting either one know that she talked to the other. And she was like, hey, are you sure you want to let this girl stay for this long? To which he had sent her the message and then immediately erased it. But she has a screenshot because the phone notification says the message still, even if it's deleted, saying that, yes, she's staying till closing. She said she would be happy to.
So that's definitely a lie.
It's bullshit. Someone's lying.
He's lying.
But yeah, exactly. And she is also another case of she is not a permanent resident. She needs to have a job so that she can amass points from working here for how long she's been here and making a certain amount so that she can also apply for that permanent residency card. So her and the guy he brought in have very similar stories. When he came to move to our town, his wife did not want to move with him. So she was like, I'm an accountant. I'm staying in Vancouver. I'm keeping the car because I gotta drive back. And I guess you're stuck here. And he hated that he had to get a 1-year lease. Isn't that illegal territory? I have no idea. So he had to get a place here. Was not too happy that he could only find 1-year leases and not month to month or like 6-month leases. So he's kind of fucked. I think that's lawsuit territory. Again, Canada, you could be made to work more than 8 hours. I think up to 12 hours. And any time after, and when it comes per day, any hour past 8 hours has to be overtime. And then when it comes to weekly, any hour after 40 is overtime. So yeah. So when it comes to this guy, again, he points out what happens, says he has no option, blah, blah, blah. So I told him. Also, that, Boss Man has also offered them to assist them
Something being illegal is barely a deterrent most times.
Yeah.
Low-wage workers have very little power to actualize a suit, so owners often operate with impunity.
Yeah. So they also mention that he offers to do their tax to do through his accountant to do their taxes, that he through their accountant also does like the payroll and stuff. Another fishy thing that I forgot to bring up was that something he wanted us to consider to stop doing was punching in and punching out. He wanted us to stop doing that. That he wrote down our shifts on the schedule, and that what they're going to be doing is just, you know, sending that schedule to the accountant, who will then calculate our hours and pay us accordingly. To which I was like,
yeah, you could just ignore that.
to which I was like, well, what about the days you tell us to come in early, or the days we stay later? He was like, oh yeah, you can write those down on the schedule and send us the updated schedule, but you don't need to clock in and clock out. When I brought that up to Corporal Boss, they were like, yeah, they just don't know how to get into the system. They don't understand it, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, well, that sounds like a lot of their fucking problem, and they need to do that. They need to figure that out.
Yeah, that's a pretty common control tactic, so there isn't an official record and you can easily skimp of wages without much recourse.
Yeah, so then in my case, because I still have a number in the system, I still punched in and punched out and printed out a timesheet for every time I was there. And corporate doesn't care? Shit. Nope. They're like, yeah, no, that's how he does it in his other store. It's kind of weird. It's because they don't know it. And to which I told him, I was like, if that's how they're doing it, how, like, they need a code to get into the system. Like you have to clock in to be able to get into the system, to the point of sale, the POS system. So, like, do they at least have, like, a number to get into shit? Like, what are they getting in by? You know? That sounds like I decided what you get paid. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how they're gonna do that. Because when you log out and stuff, that someone has to put in a number to log in. I don't know how that's gonna work, but either way, that was already a huge red flag from the very beginning. But they explained to me the situation, to which I looked at this dude and I was like, hey, so I got my permanent residency because I was fortunate enough to be dating a Canadian. Fortunate to also be living with said Canadian, and they were able, my immigration advisor was able to help me. I don't know if they can help you, but I think if boss is currently helping you with your taxes and your immigration progress and all that shit, I don't think it would hurt to talk to another immigration advisor under your terms and explain your situation and see if they can find you another avenue, if there is one. Here's my guy. Here's the guy I went to. You talk to him, and if he works out for you, tell some of the other people. Because I also heard that another person is coming in on Monday that, for all intents and purposes, quote unquote, is going to be my replacement, and that she's now going to be working the shifts that I was working. Which, if she just got here and doesn't know the fucking area, I don't know how the fuck she's gonna traverse it at fucking 5 a.m., but not my problem. Yeah, and as far as what I heard, that other girl is also same situation. East Indian, doesn't have her papers, only has a permit. Scummy behavior. And, yeah, and because I'm still in the work group chat, I saw the updated schedule. All the people that he's brought on, the new girl that he hired, the new girl that he's bringing in that starts on Monday, and his guy, they're all working 6 days a week.
Wow.
And it's kind of like, ew. Because that was the thing, too, that I pointed out to the other dude. I was like, with me, He's gonna offer me shit because I'm a permanent resident. He can't threaten my status here like he can with you, like with other girl. That's also why he can't afford to lose me. He can't afford to lose me because I know my worth and I can easily probably get a job at any other cafe for half the job and probably the same amount of pay that I'm getting now with my qualifications. But he will he will easily put you guys on the chopping block if you don't do what he says. In fact, absolutely abusing the fact that they need those residency points. It's disgusting. And now it's kind of like he could make them do 7 days a week if he could, and probably not pay them for that 7th week because on the schedule he can just say they have a day off and that they chose to pay. I don't know. It seems like abuse. But I was like, hey, look up even if you're not a permanent resident, you still have workers' rights. You still have a paper that says you're a worker in Canada. You still have workers' rights. Know them. And yeah, here's my immigration advisor. He helped me. He's really good. See if he can help you. Consider it. I can't break a promise, but I feel like if you've got this dude also handling all your other shit, I don't think it's a good idea. But I'm leaving now because I was like the best absolute case scenario for them, I take the deal and I'm back in a month. But if I come back to a shit show, I'm leaving again. And I told him, and that means you need to learn that drive-through. Because when I mentioned that I'm also leaving because the burden is too much and I have no one to rely on, he was like, but you can rely on me and you can depend on me. And I was like, no, I can't. I cannot. I do not trust you.
Nope.
I do not trust you. I do not trust that new girl. I do not even trust the boss to help me. I go to the fucking bathroom for 5 minutes and I come back to 3 orders in the drive-thru and no one doing it and being told to do it. That can't fly. I will not work in an environment like that. No, I don't expect anybody to. 3 people here, I'm in the bathroom and you guys can't do the drive-thru? Not acceptable. Not acceptable. And I'm not going to be taking the responsibility of making sure you're all fucking trained when I'm not here every day. And I will not be here every day. So you need to learn that. This place needs to be better. This place needs to be worth me working at. Because right now it's not. So there's no promises that I'm coming back. So work like I'm not coming back. That's it.
Hey, background Tristan, is your place hiring managers?
Well, here's the funny thing. Jester mentioned to me that because he's worked where he's worked for a very long time, and I know the senior staff vicariously, they will probably hire me in a heartbeat. Like, almost no questions asked. The issue is
couples goal.
The only issue is that they could give me 2 guaranteed days off that I ask for, and they can respect that, which I could easily ask for Saturdays and Sundays. The only thing is the hours might be kind of random, and I might not get more than I'd be lucky to get 25 hours a week. It might not be sustainable. But it could be something to keep me afloat while I do something else.
Yeah.
So it's there. There are also plenty of local coffee shops in town that I can look into. And with my experience...
Anything within walking distance?
Immediate walking distance? Probably not. Other side of town, it's like maybe a 30-40 minute walk, which I'd done it before when I was first started working at the cafe. My former boss used to own 2, the main one and one on the other side of town. And for a brief stint before my gallbladder incident, I worked at the other one on the other side of town, which was again like a 35-40 minute walk home. During the summer, during the warmer months, I could easily take a scooter back home, and that'll be like 15 minutes. Woo!
The bread is here.
Cerberus with the gift
Can
subs.
you believe it?
Thank you.
We were just about to throw all this away. What a waste.
But yeah, walking distance would probably be an issue during the winter months, where there's snow. But for the most part, as long as the e-scooters are out or I get my own, the travel's not the issue. When it comes to the main downtown area, most businesses don't open till like 8 o'clock. So again, not a huge issue. And then I can probably it's a little bit more reliable there on public transit. I wouldn't use it, but it's there.
Right.
So I don't mind. I'd only be asking for 4 days a week. And again, having full-blown barista experience, I would just need to know where things are. And if they wanted me to do inventory management and ordering and stuff, just teach me how to do how your procedure works if it's different, who to send it to, and like again, where do things go? Where are things? How do I dispose of things properly in this establishment? My learning curve is very, very low because it's probably not going to be much different.
Right, yeah.
That's it. In general, managerial experience with communications and things like that. I can pretty much do like receptionist, secretary, shit like that. Because I was also in charge of communications between staff and boss, because new boss especially didn't want to communicate with any of his staff. He would tell me to do it. You'd be like, tell person that they have to do this, and I was like, I can message them, or you can use that fucking group chat you fucking made that you guys were so gung-ho about getting us in, because when it comes to in person, I don't see that person, shit like that sort of stuff. But
it's a power move. It's a power issue.
yeah, it's just barking orders for the sake of barking orders. It's bullshit.
Yeah.
Which again, it's that thing that I also told him too. I was like, you need to learn how to communicate with your staff, because it's not gonna work out if you don't. You can't expect them to like you. You can't expect them to respect you if you don't even communicate and talk to them like they're people, which is also another really funny thing too. Something that they also said to me was that I feel like in the month that I have been here, you and I have formed a good strong bond. We have bonded. And I'm like, huh? And I was like, no, I've been nothing but cordial, responsible.
I'm sure you'd like to think that.
Yeah, that was that thing of like, you think. Obviously, I'm not gonna fucking, shit in his soup more than I already had. But I was like,
you don't even work there anymore. You can shit in his whole grocery store.
It was that thing of again. This is mostly for me. This is mostly don't give them reason to say shit. Don't give them reason to be like, Anna was like this and Anna was like that. No, I was like, sir, I am respectful, I am cordial, and I take professionalism very seriously. You do not know me. He tried to ask what I do, what my other job was, and I was like, oh, my other business is started out as a hobby that has found its way to be profitable in some other ways, but my main thing with my second job is actually under NDA, so I'm not legally obligated to tell you whether I signed it or not. I can't disclose what I actually do, and I also don't have to tell you, even if I didn't. God, this reminds me when I got a second job, my manager at my main job scheduled me so I couldn't do the second one for a full week straight. My other business is none of yours, pretty much. Because he was like, how much do you make in your other business? And I was like, I don't have to tell you. I was like, enough that it's worth continuing to do. A hobby that, I was like, it's a hobby that found its way to become that also found a way to be profitable while still being very, very enjoyable and worth me continuing to do it. But I can't tell you what it is.
Honestly, that's just incredibly scummy rhetoric in general. We all know the moment the "we're a family" talk comes out, they don't have an argument, they're just hoping to appeal to emotion to get you to act against your interest.
Yeah. If anyone outside
It's
of
literally child shit.
If anyone outside of one manager at my job asks me what my other job is, I pretty much tell them it's under an NDA. Yep. And after that, they can't ask further. Because again, it's like, if you make me violate NDA, I'm suing your ass. And no one's gonna play with that shit. Nobody's taking that risk. I'm sorry, I signed a non-disclosure agreement, and you don't have to prove shit. No, I told them, I was like, I signed a non-disclosure agreement. I am not allowed to disclose what it is for privacy and company integrity reasons. I love the explanation of your other job. I mean, I'm not lying. And I was like, yeah, and I don't have to tell you whether I signed the NDA or not. Just know that it's a job that I enjoy doing, and that's why I dedicate 3 days of my week to it. 3 days that no one is getting. So, pretty much. Obviously my mainstreaming days, I'm willing to be flexible with them if it means helping with like getting a job. But I'm pretty much, regardless of where I go, I have to tell them like I'm not available Sundays because I don't want to compromise Nat 19. So, huh?
Saturdays.
Saturdays, my bad. I worked an hour overshift at my current job. My manager only asked me to, and I was paid for it, so I had no problem doing it. Yeah. But yeah, fucking... That was a month of fucking hell. Holy shit. That was the hardest month. That was such a trial of my fucking patience. Like, and again, some of the shit that they would say, and again, when it came to the clocking in, clocking out shit, they were like, we trust our employees that they will come on their time, that they will be honest of the times they worked. We treat our employees like family. We care about them. And I was like, no. The girls that are still here that have their numbers, they're going to continue to punch in and punch out. They're going to continue to keep printing out their timestamps because they prefer it for their records. And I will keep encouraging them to do so. I will not tell them to no longer punch in and punch out.
Also, I don't trust you.
Also, I don't know you guys. Like, again, I mentioned to them, I was like, you guys don't trust us. You guys don't feel like you... I don't feel like you guys trust us. You say you do, but your actions do not really reflect on this behavior. So I'm going by what my instincts tell me, and I'm just going to take it with a
You're
grain
not
of...
my dad, you're my boss.
Yeah.
This relationship is entirely transactional, and you know that. You're just hoping I won't.
Yeah. I might just mark the days they have consistently given me off as permanent days off now out of spite, and to say when I asked if I can do them, I'm busy with work. Yeah, no, just... If you notice they give you consistent days off, you tell them that you found something else to occupy those days and you are no longer available.
Yep.
I'll normally come in like 20 minutes early because of traffic and I'm paid for it and have no problem with my manager over it. Yeah. I'm gonna say Anthony.
No, that's a good idea. Take the hours that take the days off they give you and make the,
Make them obligated. Obligational days off.
That's what I do with the Summers Network games when I was working at Duncan.
Yeah. It's that thing of, you already give me these days off anyway, so what's the problem? What's the problem? You already give me these days off.
See, the problem is not that we gave you the days off. It's the problem that you're no longer available when we need you at our beck and call.
Yeah. Like
So we're gonna have to talk about your hour.
Yeah. So... Goddamn, are you feeling okay after all that in a month, you said? Yeah, so... This last week, I had barely been getting any sleep because I had been having anxiety attacks before going to work. I think I even had a couple anxiety attacks, like, going to sleep. If I did, they were probably small, but still anxiety attacks. It was stressful. It was so fucking stressful. I told myself that I was gonna at least wait till the end of the first week that they were gone back to where they live. And I just kind of kept telling myself, you just gotta run off on spite. Just run on spite. Don't give up. You can do it. Just make it till, like, which would have been, like, again, would have been maybe June 7th, because they still got one more week there, because they were leaving on the 31st. But now I've heard that they've extended their stay till the 11th. But, oh, excuse me. They were originally gonna leave for the 31st. I kept telling myself, see how it is until the 7th. Make it till at least the 7th before putting in 2 weeks. But again, they got rid of my assistant manager, which dumped everything on me, dumped all the responsibilities on me. I had no one to depend on and to, like, share some of that responsibility. It was all on me. With a team, with half of a team that doesn't even know how to do the other half of the job, and let alone, like, issues speaking the language, and it's just like, I can't do it. It's too much. And for $20.50 an hour? No. It was like, no, I'm not doing all of that for $20.50 an hour, which if you convert it to American is like $16, $17 an hour. A general manager,
What?
a general manager running
and for
a store.
the record, not all bosses are terrible, and honestly, it's hard to even use terms like terrible in regards to bosses like that, since it's all relative. Not to come off as a radical leftist or anything, but mostly you just need to recognize that it is not in your boss's material interest to care about yours.
Wait, $20.50 an hour as a GM? Yup, that's well below. Yup, and that was something I pointed out to the boss too. I was like, I
didn't know the conversion rate. I thought that was low already, but the conversion rate to American, that's even worse.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd say double check the conversion rate between 20 Canadian and to US. It's maybe around $15. It's disgusting. But I told him, I was like, you offered me 50 cents. That's $21 an hour. I have spoken to many other people in the series.
And yet, the median is 28 an hour for a general manager in her industry.
It's lower.
It's lower. It's
my
lower.
God.
It goes up to under $15 an hour.
Yeah, no, I told him, I was like, my job, what you're asking me to do, is around $15 an hour in the US. There are some states where the minimum wage is $15 an hour, $14.62 US. Someone making $16.90 American, that's bullshit for a manager. Yeah. So I told them, hey, again, I was like, if you were to convert how much I'm earning now to American, where I used to be, that is around $15 an hour. Where I used to live, $15 an hour is now the minimum wage. And I was like, and I have talked to several people in the industry. I have talked to Starbucks supervisors and Starbucks general managers. And the minimum for what they do, which is my job, and probably a third less of the work, because I was like, because I have had supervisors and general managers tell me that I'm doing a lot, and they don't even do what I do. Get paid $23 to $25 an hour.
Contextually speaking, worth pointing out that she's in a position that gets tips, but yes, 28 Canadian would be considered low for someone with her experience and workload.
Yeah, that's the thing. I did make tips, but I do not count tips as an hourly thing. The reason I don't consider tips here is because that's not my boss paying me. That's the general public paying me. And to use tips as an excuse to not adequately pay workers is bullshit.
The worst.
It's sad my state's minimum wage is $22.26 Canadian an hour. Okay, so I'm checking here. GM for a cafe is at minimum 30 an hour. Yeah, but I'm probably not gonna find anywhere in town that will, first off, give me a general manager position, let alone 30 an hour. We make tips at Wawa, especially fuel. Tips aren't paid by the company and can't be relied on. Exactly. Tips are not reliable, so that's why I don't count them in this aspect. Tips are just a fringe benefit.
Oh, tips are literally a scam.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, again, when it comes to here, the tips are considered just a gratuity. We don't tell people to tip. We don't urge people to tip. It's just something that people can do if they want. In the States, I know that there are still some places probably where they pay waitresses and shit and like servers shit with the idea of your tips are where you're making most of your money. Yeah, if sadly in Texas, a place offers tips, the place can make it so that you only get $2 an hour. Yeah, and that's bullshit. The States has those sorts of things, and that's why the tipping culture is a major a thing, and that is also where the tipping is a scam. In Canada, it's kind of encouraged, but more so as a gratuity. Not so that because workers don't get paid enough. Like, no matter where you work, you are entitled to the minimum wage or more. So in this case, it's quote unquote a scam, but at the same time, like, no one's gonna give you shit for not tipping, you know? It's an expectation, but it's not the rule. But you'll also find people asking for tips everywhere. Like, I go to a liquor store and I'll go get like a bottle of wine and I check out and it's like, do you want to leave a tip today? And it's like, bitch, for what? What did you do? And then I don't leave tip. And then I don't leave tip.
Yeah.
But if I go to like a cafe and stuff, and you know, or if I go to, you know, to get pho, and you know, my waitress did a really good job and it was fucking, you know, peak pho. Yeah, I'm gonna leave a tip because I sure as fuck love that service and I sure as fuck love that pho and I want to encourage them to keep doing it that way. That's my idea. So in BC, waitresses bar, I think they get paid less than $1 than min pay if memory serves correctly. I'm not sure. Again, I've not been a waitress in BC yet. The cafe was the only place that would hire me. But that was something that like my old boss.
Tips only exist as a con businesses came up with to justify not having to pay their workers. And if you ever think about tips, you know they're a scam. Tips are tips because they're optional, but they're not. There are some places where tipping is enforced, and all that means is that you are now forcing your customers to pay your employees so you don't have to, and it's completely unacceptable.
Yeah, no. Again, in the case of my job and stuff, people are not obligated to tip. Most places that I've been to, they are not obligated to tip. You don't have to tip. Sometimes they'll actually add the tip to the bill for you. But that's not that's not something that like the waitresses or anything like that do. I don't know in those cases. But or some that will calculate the tip for you if you want to pay it, but again, I don't know about that. In my case, in the terms of just a little cafe, excuse me, the tips are there and you can leave a tip if you want, and then that's it. I saw it somewhere that it stated during the Depression, so restaurants didn't have to pay their employees. Yeah. But yeah, tips. Again, my opinion on tips is I sure as fuck like them because it's extra money. But I also will not. The quality of my service is not dependent on whether or not you choose to tip me. I want to do a good job because I genuinely like giving good customer service and making people happy. Like, I genuinely like doing that. So whether someone leaves me a tip or leaves me a big tip, there you go. And I have seen that people have shown that whether they tip or not, that they appreciate that I still treat them well regardless of whether they do or not.
I'm pretty sure it started out as people trying to help out service workers during hard times, but then bosses were like, wait, we can exploit this.
Oh yeah, of course, it's always that. But yeah, like for example, I had a lady that would every day get a drink, and for the most part, she doesn't tip. But you know, she's really sweet. Her drink's really simple. You know, wham bam, thank you, ma'am. Yesterday, she tipped $10.
That's not zero.
So I went in my pocket. Because I was the one freaking busting my ass in the drive-thru, so I was like, mine. But yeah.
Obviously.
It was that thing where it's like, you know, some of them when they do decide to tip, and they tip very well. Freaking Harry would comes in every morning, gets used to get his coffee on the house. He would give me $10. Sometimes he'd give me $20. And he would get 2 cups of coffee every day for free. Freaking new boss took over. He was like, I want you to charge him now. And I'm like, he's never paid for his coffee though. Are you sure you want to charge him? And he's like, yeah, charge him. We're not giving out free coffee. And I'm like, it's fucking drip coffee. And he's like, I want you to charge him. I want you to charge him for the 2 cups of coffee he has. And it's like, okay. So then Harry gives me the money and he's like, that's for you. And I'm like, I'm sorry, Harry, I have to charge you for your coffee now. So this is going in the till. And he's like, well, I hope you can you keep the change? And I'm like, yeah, I can keep the change. And yeah, so now my freaking daily $10 would be like $4. And again, it's the end of the day, it is what it is. But like, the fact that it's like this dude would be like, I want happy customers. I want to keep all of our regulars. And it's like, cool. The one dude that literally all he does is come every morning and drinks 2 cups of coffee. You can't spare 2 fucking cups of coffee. I love when they put me on beverages because I enjoy making the coffee, all various drinks. Ironically, we give away coffee all the time. Stingy bitch of a boss. Oh yeah. Frickin' my old boss, whenever he would have people come in and do work for him when it came to like maintenance or painting or anything like that, he would always offer them at the end of at the end when they're done or in the middle. He was like, hey, can I get you a cup of coffee? Hey, can I get you like maybe a cookie or something? He would offer them something. Freaking, he had this one dude come in, freaking...
Oh, super tangentially related, but if you've ever seen those shows where someone super rich will leave a service worker with a ridiculously expensive thing as a tip, like a car or a house. Yeah, never do that. Always tip cash.
Yeah, no, tip cash.
The taxes on that are a bitch.
Yeah. Fucking... Please don't tell them he charged them. No, he didn't even offer them anything. He didn't even offer them anything. One of the girls asked them, like, there was this one dude that, freaking had to came in, and, well, you know, because the boss wanted to redo the upholstery on all, like, the booth seats and everything. He wanted to redo the upholstery for the leathers. So he bought the leathers from a place, and then freaking got an upholstery dude to come in and
if you tip someone a car or a house, they'll be immediately saddled with a massive debt because they're liable for gift taxes, which yes, are a thing.
Yeah, there are gift taxes.
Mm-hmm.
Technically, you can get up to a certain amount of gift money before you have to start reporting it to the IRS.
Oh, I know the amount.
Yeah, I can't remember.
900. It's 900. It's 9,999.
Oh wow.
Anything after 10,000, you have to report.
Wow.
And that's a year.
If you gifted them the money to buy it themselves, they'd be fine. But if you gift them the item itself, they're fucked.
Yeah.
That's why you do it in cash, because you can't trace cash. You can't. It's harder to trace
Technically, when it comes to, it's harder to trace cash. When it comes to things like Throne, here's the funny thing. Technically, streamers that get gifts on Throne, they're technically supposed to report those because the gifts have a monetary value, and thus you need to report that. But again, it's that thing of how do you trace that? You know? How do you how do you trace, you know, a stream girl that you a streamer that you bought her some fucking cat ears and shit? How do you report that, you know? Obviously you would report it in your income and stuff, but like, are they gonna barge into your house and be like, where'd these cat ears come from? The general idea is that if they come in, if they were to audit you, wait, did I mess up your and my taxes? What if it was gifted in increments? Maybe I should open a throne for the heck of it. It's really weird, but because it's one of those things that it's like, it's kind of like, again, like how technically you should be, they say that like the limit, that you have to, if you make more than 9,999 in gift money, you only have to report it if you make more. They still encourage you to report all income. And again, when it comes to gifts and stuff, they strongly suggest and encourage you to report it, because the idea is if you get a knock on the door.
You're also technically supposed to report anytime someone has ever handed you money for any reason. They have a wad of cash and say, here, hold this for a bit. Report that, and they need to report you giving it back to them too. Obviously nobody does that because it's stupid, but it's technically the rule.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's retarded. I'm not gonna do that.
Yeah, again, technically you should be reporting. Like, technically, you should be reporting Christmas presents and birthday presents. They want you to report any gift that has a monetary value. You technically should be doing it. But again, how do you really trace that sort of stuff? You kind of can't. And again, the general idea is that if they knock on your door and audit you, and they see that you make a certain amount, but you live in a nice place and you're sitting in a fancy chair or shit like that, they're gonna be like, where'd you get the money for this? And again, if you say that it's a gift, they're gonna be like, you should be reporting this. It's that thing of like, it's those things that, you know, that you're supposed to do it. But again, it's like, it's how do you keep track of that? It's, yeah. So no worries, Cerberus, it's okay. Point being, yeah, he got a dude to do his upholstery and stuff, and like at no point was he offered a cup of coffee or anything for doing the work.
Anytime anything with a monetary changes hands for any reason, taxman wants their cut. But obviously people don't report unless it's expensive enough you can't get away with it. Tax evasion truly is a global pastime.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
Since the creation of taxes, people have tried to evade them. But yeah, never offered a cup of coffee to the freaking upholstery dude doing the shit. We only knew about that because one of the girls had asked him if he wanted a drink or a water or anything, and if he was offered anything, and he was like, no, he wasn't. And then he apparently told her that the boss seems like the kind of guy that wouldn't offer anything for free. Like, I overheard...
Get beat, get fucking read like a book, asshole.
Like, so, I mentioned earlier that on the 29th, they're going to be doing an event where it's like a community day, where it's essentially meant to establish the presence and show the community that they're the new owners, or that there's a new store in town, that kind of shit. So They have been promoting it on the radio, they've been promoting it online, yada yada yada. I don't know, I haven't heard or seen any of it. Because they also kind of changed the fucking music radio system on us, because like the new owner, he was like, I don't like this radio system. It plays old-timey music, old 80s and 90s music, and I don't like it. So he gets a fucking radio system that you like plug into the receiver and stuff, and then you go on the website and you can actually pick I guess essentially like a kind of like a radio station, quote unquote, but it's more like just a very big playlist of music. And literally like the one that we ended up putting in was called Adult Contemporary, which is full of a lot of 80s and 90s and early 2000s music, you know, like the fucking radio station we were on. So I'm kind of like, so why did we do that? It's the same music. Now I just don't have the occasional interruption from the radio station that give me the local news.
Because he wanted to have the power to change it.
I fucking guess so. Which, funny enough, again, it's not that hard to change it back. It's not like they know how to do it. But either way, whatever. Not a huge deal. Either way, I don't fucking know if they hate the news or not. But either way, freaking... So, they have this event that's going to be happening on the 29th to help establish their presence. It's being heavily promoted. What do you mean this is a slightly worse version of what was already going on? Yup. So, from 3 to 5 p.m. on this day, they're going to be offering a certain selection of drinks for free, small size. At the end of this event, because they want to do a thing of like, did you miss the community
Also,
event?
for the record, gift taxes are a thing, but the existing rule is that you only have to report gifts when the total number of gifts received in a given year totals to a monetary value over 17 grand. So Lynn doesn't have to report computer, hooray.
Yeah. Heckin',
You wouldn't anyway.
we were not allowed to play music, anything but the same awful
Tax
French
evasion.
music at my
Sure
old
wouldn't.
cafe. If nobody from the
Yeah.
head of the company was gonna be there, I'd play literally anything else. Lol. Yeah. So here's the thing. So this community day to like establish themselves and yada yada yada, blah blah blah. Cool. So at the end, there's a coupon that we're supposed to be giving out or whatever. That it's like, oh, did you freaking miss the special occasion? Well, until this day, until June 11th, you can use this coupon for a 2-for-1 deal. Wait, has Linbot upgraded from their potato? I'm in the process of getting a computer set up for Lynn. Because I upgraded my PC very recently. Which means that my old tower is going to be going into our studio. And Jester's old tower, which is around the same age as mine, and about just as good schematically with like parts wise as mine. We will be refreshing it, and we will be getting some stuff in there, and we're going to be sending it to Lynn, so Lynn will have a computer that can run Dawn Trail. Among other things that she would want. It's just, what I'm going to be probably trying to do is dedicating this month to also setting up that computer for Lynn. Because preferably I would like to get it to her before Dawn Trail comes out. But yeah. We will be refreshing it, gives computer a glass of lemonade. Yes, it's thirsty. But... yeah, we're gonna be...
Lynn's internet will still be terrible though, so don't get your hopes up about Lynn being able to stream.
Yeah, no, Lynn's internet is still bad, but we're also gonna be using, like, our internet to get her, like, any programs and stuff that she needs, so that it's all ready to go. Just like me, I updated my PC recently from Dinosaur Laptop to something decent. Yeah. But,
Make sure Star Rail's on it.
but yeah. Heckin'...
It would literally take me months to get everything I'd need.
Yeah, so I can probably do it all within a couple hours.
Yep.
So, yeah, there's a coupon after the community day is finished that's up to June 11th, and literally I heard him I overheard him talking to like his guy about how like
Sleep well, Guardian Dax.
Yeah, go to sleep now. Go to sleep now. Have a good sleep. I'm fucking my brain. So, yeah, I'll go to sleep. Yeah, go to sleep.
Go to sleep.
So,
we don't want you here.
The quote unquote the community day is on the 29th. The coupon is until June 11th. I overheard him talking to the other guy that he was like, I want to see if I can find a way to end this coupon on the Monday. So he wants to make it so that coupon is no longer valid after the 3rd of June. He cannot be bothered to honor a coupon until its actual fucking day that is printed on the goddamn thing. He doesn't want He doesn't want people to have a week and a half to redeem a 2-for-1 coupon. He wants them to only have 5 days.
I'm gonna punch him in his fucking mouth. That guy sucks.
You're fucking your brain, damn. Hell yeah, man. It's like a Tenga egg. It's squishy and gooey and only worth sticking a dick in. Anywho. It's dumb and squishy and you might as well use it. Anywho. Whatever. Dumb
So
shit.
anyway,
Yeah. Coupon. He doesn't want to honor it for the day that's on the date. He doesn't want to honor it for the day that's on the date. Yeah, like, I had literally told my corpo boss where I was like, sir, even if I was still there, I honestly wonder for the future of that store with how he's going to be running it the way he's been running it so far. We've already had several regulars that said that they will stop coming. He has fired my assistant manager, which has already encouraged people to no longer come anymore. And once they catch wind that I have left, whether I come back or not, they are not coming. Like, like, I was like, a lot of our regulars don't like him. I talked to some of our regulars, like the ones that I was able to catch, like out of his eye, because again, he would like follow me and watch me like a hawk and then immediately talk to
my
shit.
favorite thing is that he clearly thinks he's a stellar businessman, but he also failed to realize that, when buying a business, there's probably a reason it's being sold.
Yeah. Oh, and the places that take all the tips and then redistributes it to all the employees. Yeah, I don't like that either.
The bread is
There
here.
was something I forgot.
Can
You were the
believe
Lichman
it?
employee,
They were
so
just
they
about
don't
to
need
throw all
anyone
this
else that can do
away.
everything
What a
because they
waste.
have you, and if you're unavailable, well, who cares if everything burns down? Yeah. Thank you, Cerberus, for heckin' getting a Claire sub. This is a joke, but how pretty are the girls he's bringing in? I don't really want to be the judge of that. I mean, I think they're pretty, but like,
Here, let me. Here, I'll be the asshole. They're not pretty.
no, they're pretty.
I've never seen them. I've never seen them.
But are they witty?
I don't know anything about them, but I'll assume the worst because, fuck it. I'm allowed to do that. I don't care about. I don't care about them. I don't know them. I don't care.
Again, I know it's a joke, Cerberus, but I'm kind of in that thing of like, I fail to see where the joke is. Because the customers sure as fuck aren't going to give a shit when they can't even talk to them. He seems like the type to think pretty girls are all he needs for a cafe to work. Well, here's the thing. I haven't seen what the other girl is, and I probably won't be able to see, but he already brought in a man, which my former boss had a little bit of a policy where he didn't really hire guys, because whenever he did hire guys, they always ended up being like the worst employees. Not really a joke, Cerberus. That's some borderline misogyny. Again.
Oh, he gives big sexist vibes.
Yeah, again, it was regardless of what it is, it was that thing where, like, again, once I put in my 2 weeks and he started talking about how much him and his wife love me, how much they were always talking about me, how much I'm needed there and how much I'm valued there, and how he thought that in the month that we were there that we had developed a strong, close bond, despite this fucker knowing not a goddamn thing about me. The fact that when I was like, hey, I want a fucking clause where you can't let me go without 4 months notice, just in case there's any reason you want to let me go. And his reply being, I don't see any reason to ever want to let you go. That being his reply, which made me want to like,
Yeah, for real.
but we're a family and that shit, like, no. He made me so fucking uncomfortable, and he reeked on top of that. It's just like, ugh.
I didn't realize you treat a family this way. Explains a lot.
Yeah, it's that thing of just like, you treat your family like this?
Yeah, fuck, man. This isn't Alabama.
Yeah, that aside, that aside. Like, I was mostly gonna be that thing where it's like people that are like, we treat our employees like a family. It's like you treat your family like this. Sophie.
Well, I'm sure your family loves talking to you.
Hello.
It's
Like-
mostly real funny to me, since him firing your AM gave you all the power to bring this whole thing tumbling down.
Yeah,
Yeah.
again, all he had to do, I've got like some Lay's like potato chips. These are pickle.
Oh, nice.
Damn bitch, you treat your family like this? Exactly. He'll bring you back until you train your replacement, then he fires you. Oh yeah, and that's another thing too. That's why I was like thinking of putting in that clause. Cause I was like, I have no guarantee. Cause, hold on, let me open this bag first. Cause again, he would say shit where he was like, I have no reason to let you go. You know, I don't want you to think that we don't want you here, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, even if I do come back, I have no reason to trust what you have to say. Because before you fired my AM, you were also saying how much you love her, how much she's great, how much the customers love her, and that the last thing you want to do is fire her. And yet, you did anyway.
Yeah.
So that was a lie.
Yeah, that's in the first half.
You didn't even try to talk to her. It was like she didn't show up for for Saturday or Sunday. She called out, and then we found out that was a lie. I don't care. As a business person, as a boss, as a professional, it is your duty to communicate with your employees. I told her, like you told me to, that you and Corporal Boss wanted to talk to her.
And you did not. And I've been turned into a shrimp.
There we go.
Here I am. Oh man, the filter
Oh, nice.
applies here
All
now
he had
too.
to do was wait long enough for someone else to be trained before firing your AM, but nah, he got impatient, because she was one of them females getting uppity with a man.
Pretty much. I
Oh,
love
yeah,
how the
no,
filter
I-
applies to my shrimp too.
Yeah, no, I assume that.
Wait,
Yeah,
it's a
I-
shrimp
I
eating
just-
chips.
Yeah.
Saying it shrimp fried these chips.
Lying about why you called out is a problem, but you should always talk to people. Yeah, again, that was that thing of... I told him, at the end of the day, whether she wants to be professional or not is up to you. Whatever. But... if you say you appreciate the fact that I'm professional, that I'm courteous, I do that because that's how I want to be treated. You want good, reliable people? I want a good, reliable, responsible boss. And if I don't get that, I have no reason to be here.
Yeah.
I can tell when people don't want to hear that. Every boss wants good fucking employees. Every boss wants employees that won't fucking question them and will do the work and not say shit. Every boss fucking wants that. I want a boss that pays me. But I also want a boss that somewhat gives a fuck. And when I tell them that I can't fucking
So
work on a
technically
day,
speaking, you don't actually have to tell them why you're calling out if you're taking one of your days. They can ask, but you are under no obligation to answer, and there's basically no situation where answering will be in your favor, like talking to the cops.
Yeah. I'm
100% my
fortunate in that
number
situation.
one thing I want from a boss is respect. Too many without a single ounce. Exactly.
Yeah, that's the thing I got from my current boss that I didn't get at the last one. Like, she actually gives a shit, and I really love the fact that that's the case. Granted, you know, I don't never implicitly, you know, just like, you know, no, don't ask questions, trust your boss. You know, obviously question that, but you know, I don't feel like, you know, what's the word? Crazy. Because like the last place was just like, you know, oh yeah, no, we know that you're crazy. I say that. I say that, but that's how they viewed it. You know, you can't have Tourette's. We have to label you as crazy at Amazon because then we have to actually care. But we already don't. But whatever. They actually get it, which is weird. It's weird when bosses get it. I'm just like, fuck.
I had a manager functionally disappear only to find out a year later that her grandma got really sick and she needed to become a full-time caregiver and her fiance left her because of it. Yeah, it sucked for us, but that happened, but 100% get why the store wasn't a priority. I had told my boss, well, former boss now, I had told him, hey, as a manager, my first priority has always been my staff. My staff's safety, their happiness, and that they're listened to is my priority. Because most of the time, they do not feel like they are listened to. They do not feel like they are respected. They do not feel like how they feel is being considered. And I know sometimes with some of these people, you give them an inch and they take a mile. But I want to be someone that people want to listen to, that people want to follow. I have never had an issue with any of these girls. I've never even had to order them to do things. They just do it. They just do it. What do you mean the women that threw hot coffee at an employee?
So bit of a soapbox moment, but I'm Lynn, you know what I'm about, deal with it. But what really bothers me, is that any boss you actually like as a worker would be considered weak and ineffectual, and in a publicly traded company they'd be immediately replaced with someone who has less qualms exploiting their workers for everything they're worth, because that's how you maximize returns, that's how you play the game.
Yep. I've had managers go poof, one technically disappeared from everything all at once. And they'll let the entire stay, I only know that because they mentioned it a week before. That's all doubled down to BC in service industry. If your staff are out, you're lost. You've lost. Yeah. Like, that was that thing where, again, I am the bridge between the staff and the boss. And former boss was pretty disconnected from things, but when the girls had a concern with me, I brought it up with him, and we worked things out. That's why they generally were like, old boss man was pretty good boss man. He was off our asses and generally did what he could to respect our times and our other businesses and stuff. Again, some of them...
It's funny because it actually kind of circles back to when you and I were talking about how King Arthur would be received in the modern day Anthony.
Yeah.
Cafes rely on regulars when they aren't just Starbucks. Yeah. Like... It's that thing where, again, at the end of the day, the employees are the faces of a business. If they're not treated well, they have no reason to give a shit where your business fails or, falls or floats. Because they can just go somewhere else. You, on the other hand, as a manager or as a boss, that's your fucking business. You're going down with the ship whether you want it or not. And you need sailors. But I don't know. They just never seem to understand that. They just never seem to understand that. Right now...
It would never happen to them, obviously.
Now, that being said, my old boss is still a businessman at heart. And I remember him and his other businessman friends. One of them,
Nah, you don't have to go down with the ship. You just find someone to sell your sinking ship to and bail.
Yeah, there's that too. But his other business friend that owns a business, I remember one time they were talking a while ago, where they were talking about how nowadays, this is a very employee-centered market, a very employee-catered market, where now the employees can make demands and they can just go somewhere else because there's always going to be someplace hiring. So now if bosses don't like meet to their demands and stuff, they'll just go somewhere else, and it makes it very hard to retain staff. And it's like, I'm like, no, it's actually really, I was like, no, it's actually really easy to retain staff. Just give a shit about them.
Think, right?
Like, I know some of them are assholes, and you don't want to kowtow to those. But if you have a good employee, give a shit about them and they'll stay with you. Give a shit about them and they'll give a shit about you. It's mutual back scratching. Not hard. But again, nobody wants to have that conversation. At least nobody in charge of a business. They don't want to have that conversation. And it's like, well, we're gonna have a hard time then. If you give employees a reason to not leave, and they'll work harder and keep the role. Yeah. I know there are some companies that have it so that employees have a stake in the company. So that if the companies do well, the employees get the additional benefit of it because they literally have a stake in the company. So, I know that there are some people that think there should be more of those. Once I get a general idea of how those work, then maybe I can agree or disagree with it. But yeah, again, you need the employee to give a shit about the company. And most of the time, employees just want to be treated like they're cared about. Not every employee is out to freaking, like, exploit the system or get a fast one on the boss or anything like that. And a lot of bosses seem to approach
Yet it's a
people
labor
like that.
shortage, which makes it a worker market, which corporate lobbyists and politicians are extremely upset about, actively trying to pass regulations against worker power to protect businesses from having to engage with a less oppressed workforce.
Yep. Used to be contracted at a facility where the true hires had stakes.
It worked. Yeah. There we go. But yeah, it's the shrimp voiceover magnifies how much of a Mondo fuck up all this ended up being on their part. Yeah, now here's the thing. I'm sure one way or another, they'll be fine. Or at least able to trudge through the shit. I had asked the dude that boss brought in, because I'd also asked him about the other girl situation. But I was like, other girls should probably be fine, right? I was told she's worked at this sort of under this franchise before. And he was like, yeah, she used to, but then she quit and worked at Tim Hortons. So I don't know how much she remembers of how to work here. And I was like, but she worked at Tim Hortons, right? And he was like, yeah. At least she'll know how to use at least she'll know how to work a drive-thru.
At least there's that, yeah.
The funny part is that there's actually a very easy and effective means to address a worker shortage. It's called immigration, but that means brown people, and the only thing they hate more than poor people are brown people.
Can't have that. That's a problem.
That is a thing. I've seen this firsthand. I've seen this firsthand. Well, here's
The bread is here.
this is where I'm a bitch
Can
right
you
now.
believe it? They were just about to throw all this away.
The
What a
fortunate
waste.
thing about people who English is not their first language is that they don't understand shade. Cause I threw some fucking shade. Cause he doesn't know how to do the drive-thru. He's uncomfortable with the drive-thru. So he was
That's
like, I don't
actually-
know if she'll be good. She hasn't been here. She hasn't worked at this sort of place for a while. But she worked at Tim Hortons, right? So she'll know how to work a drive-thru at least. She'll be fine.
That's
She'll be
actually
fine.
100% the reason why they hired so many Indian people at Amazon. It's because English is their second language and they can't read they couldn't read the stuff they were given in English. 100% that's why they wanted workers to exploit.
Low key, probably as well.
High key.
No, well, I was gonna also say because especially with this town, It's predominantly white. The only people who would know what they're saying when they choose to speak their language is other people that speak their language.
Oh, corporate politicians hate brown people, but corporations love them. Oppressed groups are so much easier to exploit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's even worse though when they exploit one another though. It's so much worse. And it's a thing that like that current boss is easily doing. He's bringing in staff that none of them have their permanent residency. They're all on a permit. They all need to work because they're all trying to get their permanent residency. And of course, the Canadian government is making it harder for people from some countries to stay working here, making it so that if they want to renew their papers, they have to go back to their country, which then diminishes the chance of them coming back. It sucks too. Because again, some of them are genuinely like very, very nice people. I've enjoyed the ones that I've been able to work with aside from my boss. He doesn't comprehend transferable skills and he bought a business. He bought another couple business. He bought another business too. That when he goes back to where he goes, he's actually going to Vancouver to set up that business. It's like a donair place. But yeah, on top of that, again, this town's predominantly white, and we've seen an influx in immigration, where we are now seeing more diversity and stuff. But the problem is, or at least what some people like to say the problem is that now they go to these places where they would usually go, and the employees are immigrants who don't know who English is not their first language. And he's like, and then when management comes in, management barely speaks English. And I think that's also another reason why they really, really fucking needed me, because I am very, very fluent in the language. Again, English is my first language. And I can communicate with the customers where they can't. They can communicate with one another in their own language and probably...
Oh, there is no honor. It's all about maximizing personal return. It's just Randian objectivist thinking, which is incredibly stupid and wrong but absolutely adored by Nepo babies who want to be told sociopathic selfishness is virtuous and good actually.
Yeah, so like... I think another reason they partially also do this is because, again, in like more predominantly white places, when it comes to speaking their other language, unless the customer is someone who knows them or knows that language, they can essentially abuse their own workers in front of customers, and you wouldn't know. I mean, you probably would from like contextual clues and like volume, but like you wouldn't know what he said. And then there's also just like the Genovese effect. No one's gonna speak up anyway.
Nope.
It's really sad. Because
You might suspect, but you'd never report.
Yeah. And it's really sad too. And the thing is about this town has 2 big Facebook accounts. Where like they're like a community Facebook where like most of the town is in them. They're rant and raves. There's 2. There's the regular rant and raves, and then there's like the uncensored rant and rave. And both of them have a fuck ton of members. Like in the thousands. And this is where the community in some way, shape, or form come together to talk about things they like, talk about things they don't like, complain, and actually be the most anti-community because they're honestly on each other's ass all the time. It's actually very, very toxic. I'm in both. Mostly because I wanted to see what people were saying about shit. But they're very toxic. Like, holy shit. But, yeah. It worries me. I'm genuinely worried about the business.
Well, it'll fail, and then you'll just be like, look at that, it's burning plane crash that I warned them that was gonna happen, and lo and behold, it fucking happens. So
The
You just
important
be-
part is that the business is not your problem.
yeah, you just get to be an observer now. You just get to watch it from like an outside, like like you're looking at an aquarium and like the fish are eating each other.
Oh, they're extra screwed if there's community. That's not just the used to be a good cafe, that's the cafe that got ruined by that new asshat's manager. It will fail. Someone will buy the property and then turn it into another kind of business. Probably. Because that was
Probably stay
something.
abandoned for a year.
Because that was something. When my old boss sold it, he sold it on the conditions that it would stay the cafe. It just happened that when new boss came along, he already owns a cafe in that franchise. So he was like, of course I'll keep it that way. But yeah. Again, I want to believe they'll figure something out, but with the community present, with how like close knit the community is,
Unlikely.
it takes one person to really shit on it and people to band together. I saw on that Facebook, a girl went to get her eyebrows done at a place that had
He
opened
sold
up in
it
the
on
mall.
the condition that it would stay a cafe, he'd keep the staff, and you'd get a raise. So
Yeah.
yeah, that raise was 50 cents and he fired the assistant manager for being uppity.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta love it.
Can't have a woman question him. Can't have that. Oh, that's bad.
6 months from now, a sign goes up saying something like Faye's Coffee with a picture of a VTuber on it. Like, freaking...
Penis won't allow it. His small penis won't allow it.
It's funny because one of the regulars had asked me when he was like, I heard you guys got new owners. And I was like, yeah, they're, yeah, we got some new owners. He was like, you guys aren't buying the store? And I looked at him and I was like, Marty, what fucking money?
What?
I was like, you think they pay me enough to buy this place, Marty? You're stupid. Because he was
How
also
old
very...
is he?
He was also a very sassy customer. This was an older guy. This was someone that had to definitely be in their upper 40s to 50s. Very conservative, very like left, right-leaning. Like believes in fucking chemtrails and cryptocurrency being like the currency of the future. He is anti-vax. He believes that the government is actively poisoning us with with preservatives and artificial flavorings.
Can I admit
Hates the
something
government.
embarrassing?
Wow.
I thought, because I just accepted like, oh yeah, no, chemtrails are a thing. Because I just thought that's the shit that planes just leak out. Like,
If
you know,
he's
when
in
you
his
see
50s,
when you see
he'd
those
be
things
from a
across
time
the
where you
sky.
could reasonably be expected to buy a failing business with the earnings from working at it.
I just thought, oh, okay, that's just that. Oh, those are chemtrails. I see. I get it. I didn't think it was like, oh no, this is a government conspiracy plot. I thought.
Yeah, the
I
conspiracy
just
is that they're
agreed with
using
that
those
shit for a while.
Yeah, the general conspiracy is that they're using those to poison the population.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't believe that.
Or some shit like that.
Yeah, I believe. Yeah, no, I believe. Yeah, those. I'm like, I don't know if there's another word to call it. I just call it chemtrails because that's what they look like from coming out of a plane. I don't think there's anything weird behind it.
An echo? Oh, did I hit the fucking reverb button again? Yeah, I did. Thanks, thanks, Alala.
For the longest time, I just accepted that, and then recently, like not recently, like what, maybe 5 years ago, I was just like, oh, that's what they mean?
Yeah. Chemtrails to poison the populace and fluoride in the water to pacify. The echo was perfect timing, though. I'm gonna put a marker so I can go back and look at that because I want to see now. I'm gonna close my chip bag.
No, I'm not trying to suck your toes, but hey, pretty girl, I'm sucking toes. The way you do the things you do reminds me of me sucking your toes. That's why I'm all up in your toes.
Now, he goes to a coffee shop with flavorings. Now, to be fair, the flavor syrups that we use, which I can honestly say because it's not a business trade secret, you can actually go buy the syrups yourself. It's from a brand called Monin. M-O-N-I-N. They're actually very, very good syrups. They're very high quality. They're also all natural, and they come in a variety of flavors, and they are all very, very delicious. I say this because it's not promoting the business. I say it's because it's promoting the syrup. The syrup is really fucking good. It's fucking banger. I've got a caramel apple butter and a cranberry syrup that I totally did not take because the business did not need them. The boss said I could have them, so they're mine now. And yeah, Monin syrup is fucking amazing. They also have purees. They have yuzu puree, spiced pumpkin puree, and fruit purees and stuff like that. We actually used to, I wasn't working at the cafe at the time that they were using those purees, but they used to use purees in their fruit drinks until they were like, we're gonna use real fruit. That's probably what we use in some of ours. That name has to be intentional, right? What do you mean? Monin? Intentional for what? Moaning? No, I think it's a brand that is either, I think it's French inspired, because like sometimes the syrup bottles would say un girop de Monin. It's an Italian brand, dog. Yeah. I was gonna say, I was like, it says something that it's either French or Italian, because it's not Spanish. I also doubt it, but found it funny when I heard it. Yeah, so that's that thing where, again, wonderful brand. The bottles can be pricey. The bottles, I think, are probably like maybe $13 or $14 now. They used to be $10 a couple years ago. If you bought
We
them
don't think about it that much because it's never been the case in our lifetimes, but one generation before us, you could comfortably afford a house with a single full or in some cases part-time job. A bit reason a lot of our parents or grandparents think our generations are lazy and entitled is that they remember it being real easy to just pick yourself up and get what you want with a winning smile and a can-do attitude. It's just not the case anymore, and they refuse to admit that their generation made it worse for everyone that came after.
Yep. 11 USD. Okay, that's about maybe 14, 15 Canadian. Yeah. Freaking Scylla, I was essentially getting freaking paid $14.60 for my fucking job if you were to convert my pay rate to American. It's fucking disgusting. Their parents fought for things they took advantage of, but shut the door on our faces. Yeah. But yeah, Monin is a wonderful brand. I highly recommend that if you... I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry? Yeah. So I used to get paid $20.50. When I first put in my 2 weeks, he was like, I've got a deal you can't refuse. I will give you 50 more cents. So 21 an hour to do what I was doing, which was essentially running the fucking store. Which again, if you convert that, I thought was roughly about $16. Apparently it's even fucking less. So
I'll make you an offer you can't refuse.
$15.35.
$15.35. Nightshade said it was like 14 something. So okay, so generally about $15, which yeah.
I said under 15, yeah.
Yeah, under 15. So but yeah. So that's
Minimum wage yet.
That's barely minimum wage in some states. That's literally minimum wage in some cities. Yikes. Exactly. Like no, horrible. But 1462 says Smorgberg. But yeah, pretty fucking bad. I'll give you 2 quarters for each of the lives I've crushed to keep you here. Yep. No, I told him absolutely not. You're paying me $25 an hour with benefits. He was like, I can do 23 with benefits. Right time I sleep? Yeah, no worries, Mithril. Have a wonderful night. Again, horrible business practices. Didn't want to listen to a single word I said until I slipped that little envelope on his desk. Suddenly, how much they love me and how much they don't want me to go and all this other stuff and how much they want me to be happy. That's another thing. We want you to be happy. And it's like, why'd you fire my AM then? Would have been really happy if you didn't do that.
Failed miserably.
see, that's very simple and reasonable. I didn't like her.
I can do 23 with benefits. No, hun, you can't
She
keep
was
the doors
mouthy
open
to
once I
me.
leave.
Can't have that.
You know when minimum wage was, you know, a comfortable means to live? Teddy had a good idea, but Ronnie ruined it with Reaganomics. Oh man, don't get me started on fucking trickle economics. That fucking bullshit.
Oh, I remember that. I remember that.
Reaganomics. The person who knows how all this works and has shown competence? Nah, I know better. Again,
Man.
they wanted to all sorts of fucking butter me up and all the compliments and how I'm lovely and all this and I'm a wonderful girl and I'm so good and I'm perfect here and this place is it's going to hurt the business so much if I leave. That sounds like a you.
It's gonna break their hearts, Squeaky. It's gonna break their hearts. You gotta listen to it. You gotta hear them out.
Think about the billion-dollar corporations.
Somebody think of the corporation.
That was something, and I told this to the other guy because he repeated the same thing, and I was like, okay, dude. So here's the thing. Here's the really cool thing about that and me leaving. Now, yes, it is going to hurt this place that I leave if I leave. But here's the really cool thing. When I leave, that's not my problem. Once I'm out that door, what happens here has nothing to do with me. And everything to do with whoever is still in here. I have this really cool thing called a permanent residency status, which means they can't kick me out, which means I can work wherever I want, and that status can't be threatened. It's really cool, isn't it? Here's my immigration guy. You should give him a call, see if he can help you. Whoop!
I don't know if they have this in Canada, but I know they have this here, where it's like if your employer talks ridiculous shit about you, that's like a bad thing they can't do.
I mean, when someone calls your references and stuff, they can't like if you list previous employers on your resume and they decide to call them to like see what happened and how you were, they can't shit talk you. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I didn't know if that was still a thing over there. Okay. Good.
But thinks of everything the store has done for you, says the guy that just showed up. What has he done for me?
I know what the previous guy did for me.
Think of how this is going to affect us.
No. How it's going to affect you.
Again, they kept trying to
Okay, so real talk. Yeah, businesses do illegal stuff as common practice all the time. They laws are on the books, but no one enforces them, and they know it.
No, yeah, I'm fully aware. Businesses do illegal shit.
Like again, they kept telling me about how much they loved me and how much, you know, it's gonna hurt the business when I leave, and that like they were like, we are new here. We don't know.
It's illegal to stalk your employees or applicants' social media, but everyone does it.
Yep.
And everyone knows it.
Employment lawyers are a thing, and they make bang from motherfuckers that get caught. I'm not sure about Canada though. Here's the funny thing again. My name is so fucking common. And I don't use my face on Facebook, so they can't find my social media. Yeah. On top of that, I keep my my full legal name away from my side stuff, like VTubing and everything. And I have separate emails, so they can't track me through the email I give them back here.
It's gonna take a couple of years for shit to go be done with me, because the justice system here moves at a fucking snail's pace. But I'm fortunate enough to. I'm
Fun
fortunate
part
enough to
about
have
that
a
is,
dad
if
that's
people do find you, it will be Logan's fault.
Huh.
If I once shit's done with Amazon, it'll be interesting.
Not
to see
even
what
a joke. It will be.
Oh. Well,
because they fired me illegally.
I get that, but the really funny thing is, is that when it comes to my actual name on Nat19, because I know it has my actual name, Anna Garcia, that's not my full legal name. And that's not a picture of me. It's Anna Garcia is a very freaking the lady that the lady the freaking on Kitchen Nightmares, the lady that would do like the fucking reporting and stuff for Gordon Ramsay, that would do things for like E Networks and entertainment shit. She's called Anna Garcia. You go on Facebook.
I know four that Anna Garcias.
Yeah, it's a very fucking common name. So if they for some reason find, because here's the thing, I haven't given a single fucking name to Nat19 either, and I've never brought up Nat19's name in any sort of other work professional thing. If they somehow found Nat19 and they find the name Anna Garcia, I could just easily deny that that's me. I'm like, that's not me. Do I look like some pink-haired, blue-eyed bitch? That ain't me. You can't prove that's me. You can't prove that's me.
Oh, it's not, but it's the only place that has your name and voice attached to your avatar.
Oh, probably. I can still be like, that's not me. That could be that.
Yeah, that's not me.
Do I look like a
Don't
lady?
you know what AI is? Don't you know what AI?
Oh yeah, no, I can fucking. The older the employer, the better. Don't you know what AI is? That could be a filter. That could be. Do I look like that? I haven't even seen a computer.
What's an internet? Isn't that a series of tubes?
Voice changing software. Like, no, I don't know what you're talking about. And that's not me. Prove that's me. Prove that's me right now. Prove that's not you. That's not me. I don't look like that.
Oh. just all shoulders. Just all shoulders.
That's not me. That's not me. But again, even it would be very interesting if an employer somehow tried to stalk me on social media and found me through that. Again, my freaking Facebook doesn't even have pictures of me, and I have that shit on private locked that you can't find me on Facebook. You can't even find me through mutual friends, and I friend nobody.
It's very unlikely, just saying, if it ever did happen, the only breadcrumb that's public is Nat19.
Yeah. I learned a few months back that if my name is brought up online, it's extremely difficult to discover which one of the 100 people named the same name as me. Oh yeah. That's the best thing about being fucking Latina. Our names are so fucking common. You can look up my name on Facebook right now. You will find thousands of people with my fucking name. You will never find me.
Do you know what you know what's funny?
Mm-hmm.
I can count on one hand how many people have my last name.
Yeah. It's kind of crazy.
That number is 4. That number is 4. And the funny part is, it's not even my original fucking last name apparently. So it's even better. Because originally it's a lot more common. You know the word Jakobsen? That's much more common.
Yeah.
It's also extremely Jewish.
It's crazy I can say that too. It's that thing where it's like it's at first it was an unfortunate thing, but I'm just like, honestly, again, it's so hard to stalk me through that. And here's the funny thing with how Facebook works too.
Can you believe it? They were just about
Cerberus
to throw
giving
all this away.
sub, thank you.
What a waste.
Or Jacobson, if you want to
here's the funny
Americanize
thing
it.
about how Facebook works, and I learned this from my AM, and the reason I didn't know this is, again, I do not use Facebook. The fact that my AM does not have any mutual friends with people. With my new boss's wife, does not have any mutual friends with them. And yet Facebook is like, you may know this person. Apparently this sort of thing happens when people are looking for you. Now, I don't know if that's exactly true, but she was like, it didn't used to recommend this person as a friend to me. They have no mutual friends. Why is it recommending me? Now, one of the things I think it might be the case is phone numbers. If you attach a phone number to your Facebook account, people can find you through the phone number. That's what I mostly think it is. But if someone's also trying to search you, then it might note that, oh, this person's looking for you. Hey, you might know them. Yeah, that happened with an app I downloaded a while back. Where it's like, yeah, it'll suggest you based on who's trying to find you. That kind of stuff. It's hard to say. Even without attaching my phone number, most had my coworkers and relatives on there as recommended. And yeah, and that's that thing where, again, I don't attach my phone numbers to things. I'm pretty sure most social media and
Not
stuff.
since my stalker have I linked my phone number to anything.
Yeah. Like, or like whenever certain things are like, do you want us to make it so people can find you through your phone number? Fuck no.
Nah.
Well, this one was a girl I gave my phone number to like 4 years prior. Wow. Yeah, no, it's crazy. Fucking... but yeah, as far as I know that, Facebook has recommended me some of the girls, which again, that probably tells me that these girls, like, put their phone number on Facebook and I have their numbers, so there you go. But yeah, no, as far as I know, Facebook doesn't have my phone number. And if it does, it probably has my old one, which doesn't work anymore, but I have no idea. No idea. An old friend I tried to cut communication with turned into a stalker. Blech, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, hon. Could it also be Google if it has access to your location? Probably. I'm not quite sure.
I hope he's dead. He's still in prison right now.
Oh. I disconnected things over the last 3 months since people said linking all those things are bad, especially if you want to keep certain things private. Yeah, who here hasn't had a stalker before? Show of hands. God. I want to say I think I've been fortunate enough to not have a stalker.
No. Mine's in prison for attempted murder.
Oh.
Well, damn.
Since he was forced to move to Florida.
Wait,
and he
is
tried to
Anthony
kill
asleep?
Is
He
he?
tried to kill a Jew.
No.
He tried to kill an old Jewish man.
Oh, okay.
Attempted murder and a hate crime.
Oof. Yeah, no, I don't think...
Tried to do the same thing to me.
I've thankfully not had a stalker. That's gonna be fucking scary.
Oh yeah, no. I remember he came onto my lawn one night
wait.
and he shot in my lawn.
I technically did. Never mind. It was just mostly on the social media aspect of things. Never mind.
Hmm.
Oh,
I
yeah,
technically kind of had a
Yeah,
stalker.
I wish I could say I didn't have a stalker, but
Yeah.
He took photos on my
Cyber
front
stalkers.
lawn.
Let's see.
Came by.
Lynn has
harassed
had
my
several.
parents.
I've had cyber stalkers, cop that always seemed to bother me because he had issues with my last name. I had to tell other friends to stop telling them what I changed to. It did help that they stuck to a naming convention. Ah.
Dude was a fucking Trumpster.
Oh.
That's all I gotta tell you. He was a Trumpster and he hates Jews, even though he himself was a Jew. So
Oof. Worst
isn't that fucking ironic?
Oh man. All that work stuff aside, I bought an epilator today.
What's that?
So, take a
Electric tweezers.
electric tweezers. So instead of take like your usual like razor, like your usual like trimmer razor, how it has like a lot of nice little blades and it's electrical. Now turn every one of those blades into a spinning cacophony of tweezers. Hold on, puppy mode, but I have to like really see why my tail doesn't turn. Also, we broke B-Bridger again.
Actually, I think I'm gonna go to sleep now. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
No worries, hon.
Yeah,
Okay.
you have a good night.
Yeah. Y'all have a good one. Night.
Yeah.
Night all.
I'm not
night
sure how
chat,
much
all
longer we'll be
good one
going because it's midnight in half an hour, but like,
Yeah.
wow. Anywho, what I was saying,
They hurt a lot and can cause some issues if used in certain areas, but they do a good job.
yeah. So I got
And
an
yeah,
epilator.
good night.
I got an epilator. That sounds like pain. What I just imagined. It's 2:30 for me, and I don't know why I'm not tired. Hell yeah. But yeah, it's a cacophony of electrical revolving tweezers that essentially just pull hairs en masse. I got one today, and I got an actual like trimmer, like electric trimmer, just a little, not a crazy expensive trimmer. And I was kind of like, because when it comes to hair removal and that journey, I was like, okay. So obviously I've dealt with shaving for a good bit. Shaving sucks. It only gives you results for a little bit. You can fucking cut yourself, and that sucks. And then you have to like constantly switch, and blades suck, and they're expensive, and it sucks, and I hate it. So I was like, let me move to like wax strips. And wax strips were okay, but they're not super effective. Sometimes they miss hairs, and you know, they're good, but sometimes they're not that good. The
Also, for the record, if you're going to use an epilator, if your hair has gotten long, trim it first before epilating, or it's going to hurt way more.
Oh yeah. Waxing is far less painful, but epilators are way cheaper long term. Yeah. So I had bought like these like wax strips that you had to warm it up, like by rubbing them or running them under a hairdryer. And again, they work better when you warm them up, but they're not that great. They don't have enough wax. You might as well just go to a professional waxer or get like a home wax kit where you can apply the amount of wax you need for better coverage and stuff. So yeah, and then the sudden pulling and all that shit can, if your skin is sensitive, can irritate it. What about those chemicals that just spray then wipe? Hold on, I was getting to that, Cerberus. I had bought they're called depilatory creams, hair removal creams, Nair, Veet.
Nair has issues too.
Yeah, so when it comes to depilatory creams, the way those work, and they don't really work like sprays, they're mostly just creams. You have to be careful with these creams because you have to spread them onto your skin, but you have to be careful.
They're also terrible for your skin.
Yeah, you have to be very careful applying them because you have to put them in, you have to put it on your skin, but you can't rub it in. So it has to be just placed on your skin, so you kind of have to like pat it on and like glide it on, and yeah, they can be bad for your skin because if you keep them on for too long, you can actually get chemical burns, because the way it works is that it fucks up with the composition of the hair and makes it so that it literally just breaks. It turns it essentially into goo. Some of these creams, they'll have like shea butter and like shea butters and all that stuff to kind of make them easier on your skin. But it's still chemicals that break down hair so that you can remove them. Also, they smell like ass. No matter how much they'll be like, oh, odor free or neutral fragrant. No, they all smell like ass. They all smell like fart or egg or shit. They smell
they smell
terrible.
Like burnt tire.
They smell terrible. And again, because you're not removing the hair at the root, it's just shaving with a chemical. Instead of a razor, you're using a chemical. That's it. And yeah, the infomercials. Your Venus, and they'll be like the Who wears short shorts, and it's like Nair, and it's like cream. I just remembered infomercials. Long-term solution, laser hair removal is amazing at getting the thick and darker hairs. I want to do that one day, but it's, yeah. Back when I was cyberstalked, they weren't stalking my name. They were finding me by finding my female alt. Not believing me when I said I was a man. I never found out how they were finding me in every game I was playing. Oof. I suspect I know who's telling them. Oof. But yeah, heckin', they, I decided this case to get a trimmer and an epilator because when it comes to, now, I'm very fortunate that my leg hair takes forever to grow and it grows back thin. But because of that, there are times that I tend to forget where I'm like, oh shit, it's getting to be that time, ain't it? You know, that sort of stuff. And again, it's like you shave it and then it's back in like 3 weeks. And I'm like, I don't want to do that. So I was like, oh, epilator. I heard they can be kind of painful. It depends on your pain tolerance, but I heard that if used right and generally, you can, because it plucks the hair out at the root just en masse, you're looking at about a month to a month and a half of smoothness. And obviously
they hurt a lot, but you get used to it.
Yeah, you get used to it. And with proper exfoliating and skincare, you can prevent like ingrowns and bumps and things like that. So I was like, sure, let me fucking just get like a standard. I looked up the Philips that was there. I looked up some reviews. It looked pretty promising. People said it was good. Pretty nice and small. I can't imagine it couldn't be, I imagine it can't be worse than threading. Threading doesn't hurt. I've had my eyebrows threaded. It doesn't hurt. I like threading. I miss threading.
It hurt for me.
Like, it's like a pinch. It doesn't, I didn't think it hurt. But
No, it was more of a pinch. It was more of a pinch, more than a pinch for me.
I guess it just depends on the general.
They were not kind.
My mall has a place that does that. You have to, I guess you have to go to a right one. I don't know. I would have the ladies that would do it to me, do it for me. They would tell me to hold my eyebrow a certain way to like stretch out the skin so they can get more precision. And I think stretching out the skin of the general brow area also kind of really helped. Like the tension really helped with like making sure there wasn't as much pain. Might be because my eyebrows are thick. It could be that too. You could have some thick brows, which honestly, like, you know, treasure them because thick brows are goals. But either way, nowadays I just kind of clean it up. I have an eyebrow razor and I clean it. I have this really cool thing where I'm very lucky. Where again, I'm lucky in some cases where my leg hair takes forever to grow and it comes back thin, and I don't get that thing in the middle. I literally cannot get a unibrow because that hair on like the middle of the forehead that would become a unibrow if that hair grows, I don't have it. I can't get a unibrow. Hair there, I don't have hair on like the bridge of my nose, like that general area. There's no hair.
Okay.
So like I can't get a unibrow. What does kind of suck that I do have though, had the unibrow blasted out of existence. Yeah, so what I do have is that on the ends of my eyebrows, so like close to my temples, is that the hair, now because my hairline, I have a diamond, I actually learned I have a diamond face shape. So my hair, the way my hairline is that it kind of, I also have a small forehead. So it starts at a certain point and then it kind of like, it's straight and then it kind of curves downward on each ends. And the end of those curve downwards, the end point is parallel to my eyebrow. So hair will grow from my eyebrow to that and kind of connect it. Kind of like Ganondorf's eyebrows.
Hey.
And that's where I kind of do my maintenance. That's really honestly the most of it. Other than that, my eyebrows are pretty fine. I keep them normally nice and like round and straight and natural because I have a very like round baby face. So I kind of want to play on that and kind of still keep a nice like natural kind of cute look. So I keep it like that. But yeah, my when it comes to the body hair department, I like arms and legs, all that is fine. But I wanted to give the epilator a try because I was like, you know what? If this means I can do it less, I don't mind going through a little bit of pain. And I did my arms, I did my legs, I did my underarms. Now, I think in the future, I'll trim the underarm a little bit more, I think. To like, because that's the thing with like using the creams. You have to, like when you use the cream, you have to not use it for like a week. So that you can like let the hair grow so that it doesn't go into your skin and stuff. And I don't like that. I don't like feeling any underarm hair. I hate it. So using the epilator for that, it was like this time around because it was still, it was enough hair growth, but I was like, I'll just freaking epilate it off to see how it feels. It hurts. Yeah, it hurts. It fucking hurts. It's that kind of pain where it just feels like a bunch of needle pinches at once. And then as soon as you stop, it goes away. So it's a very, very short-term pain. But it still fucking hurts when it's happening. Also, thank you for the cheek rubs. But, yeah, I probably in the future will actually, like, trim the hair before going through it. Because, yeah, it hurts. I also tried it in some other areas, and, I won't do that again. I think I'll just stick to using the trimmer in that area. Because, you know, a bitch got curious. Okay, a bitch got curious. I was like, okay, I'm definitely trimming, certain areas because, underarm was a lesson. I was like, longer, coarser hair, you want to trim it. Still fucking hurt. It still fucking hurt. Not doing that. That was bad. That was ow. I will probably have to just bite the bullet and freaking either shave or trim that. But that one spot's more sensitive than underarms. Again, a bitch got curious, Eclair. A girl got curious.
It's going to hurt a lot.
It hurt so bad. At some point, because I was like, I can't keep myself quiet, I rolled up a towel and stuck it in my mouth and like just out of stubbornness tried like the best I could at a certain part. And at some point, all I could hear is Jester being like, "Are you okay?" I feel you. Those laser sessions sucked.
If you think you're tough, get an epilator. You're not.
Oh man, yeah, no. Arms and legs was like, it was like, ooh, ow, ooh, owie, ooh, ow, ooh, ah, ooh, ah, ooh, ah. And then underarm was like, ooh, ooh, fuck. And then certain areas was like, was like, just gagged screaming. I'm telling you right now. Like, it's been proven that men cannot handle freaking menstrual cramps and menstrual pains. It's been proven that they cannot. They do not have the pain tolerance programmed into them from a young age like we people with uteruses do. I don't think they could take an epilator either. I showed Jester that shit and he looked at me like I just showed him a fucking torture device. Oh, I have stories from the laser techs when the men went to try to act tough. I want to know, I'm curious on how much it costs, because I would definitely love to consider it for certain areas if it means I just never have to worry about it again. I'm the kind of person, now again, if people want to have body hair, if people want to have hairy armpits and legs and all that shit, power to you. I personally, for myself, find body hair to be disgusting. I don't like it. So I don't want it on me. So, I also can't handle a massive hernia.
Men on average have a lower tolerance for pain, which is really funny given the mythologized standards for the sexes.
Laser has a massive variance in terms of cost depending on where you go. I had a feeling. But yeah, usually the more sessions you have obviously also drives up the cost. The coarser the hair, the more sessions they recommend you go to. But yeah, I low-key definitely wanna consider laser.
Men on average, not mean.
Just do not go to a med spa. They use lower quality laser and their package deals can take advantage for you. Huh, med spa? I'm guessing you want like specifically a hair removal specialist, I'm assuming. But yeah, no, they fucking hurt. That epilator hurts. Jester looked at
Unless
it like
you're ginger. Gingers have higher pain tolerance.
I've heard about that, yes. It's But yeah. I'm looking at a commercial epilator right now. Does it cut the skin at all? It's not supposed to because there's no blades. Again, the most it does will maybe pinch your skin a little bit if the hair's a little too short and you push it too against your skin. But again, it shouldn't cut. If you draw any blood, that's mostly just for how deep the root of the hair is. Like on my underarm, when I epilated it, certain areas, it drew the tiniest little specks of blood because again, that's how deep those hairs were. So yeah, it's not supposed to cut you because it's not using a blade. It's using just a bunch of
Be careful
tweezers.
around loose skin and moles, but they're designed to not pinch you.
Yeah. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if men couldn't take it. Now again, obviously men on the most part are also usually hairier, so they would have to trim. And yeah, that could be a lot. But yeah. But yeah, this is a new step to my hair removal journey that I will be going towards. But I've already learned a pretty good lesson on where not to fucking use it, because holy shit, that was so painful. Oh, they're fine. Again, here's like I told you before, Jester, the pain of the epilation is so brief and just like it. Once you've stopped the epilation, like the pain's gone already. By the time you turn off the machine, it's gone. By the time you move on to another section of your body, the pain's gone. It's almost instant. It's very, very instantaneous short-term pain. It's like if someone just like pinched
The funny
you.
thing is that I'm pretty sure you'll do it again, just because the smooth is so nice.
Well, here's the thing. Now I don't know if like, well, I'd have to check again, but I got some parts that like considerably smooth, but it's that thing of I know I have a pretty low pain tolerance, and I just don't know if it's worth it.
Also, the first time you use it is the worst.
Yeah, I'll probably give it another shot to see if it'll be as bad the second time. I don't know. But that first time was fucking horrendous. I wasn't super hairy, but 10 sessions of full body were around 13K. But that's full body. I was very likely
Hairs
more
are
hairy
thinner
than
and
you.
less heavily rooted when they come back.
Yeah. That's another thing too. Again, it's pretty, again, underarm and like that area, because that's where I would normally shave the most, was pretty coarse and pretty thick. So that's where it's like, you know, it's going to hurt a lot. So we'll see. Hun, no, if you can epilate, you have a high pain tolerance. I always thought I had a low pain tolerance because I'm a fucking crybaby, so I don't know. So with everything that's now in the past, plans for the future. So when it comes to the future, and I know because Crazy Fox mentioned earlier where it's like more squeaky streams, at the end of the day, I still live with Jester. We do have, our apartment is not big. He is still like 3 feet away from me. And I maybe might have an extra stream here and there, but genuinely, I want to respect his time as well. I also still want to use this time that I have off to get some other things done that I normally wouldn't have time for, like set up the computer for Lynn, and stuff like that. Now, I'm at least going to give myself a week to just not worry about shit. But after that week, I'm going to start handing out resumes and giving some other places a look, because I don't want to be without a job for too long. I remember when I first came here, not having a job was depressing, mostly because you get bored. There's not much to do. If we had a bigger space where we had separate rooms where I can stream and not disturb Jester, oh, then yeah, I can be like, more streams, all that certain stuff. But that's the thing of, I know that where I'm at right now, this is not sustainable. I will have to get a job. Can I go a part-time job? Again, 4 days a week is technically part-time. As long as I'm working 4 days a week, I'll be fine. And I'm sure now that with my extensive experience is that I can probably land a pretty decent job with what I want to do, and how starved the market is. And I say this in no way intending to come off wrong. As a person who speaks fluent English with these skills, I think I have a very good chance of getting a job, considering the saturation of immigrants that have come to this area that are also looking for jobs. As someone who had taken resumes, as someone who knows other people who have taken resumes and have seen what's coming in, some businesses are kind of like, yeah, we get resumes from a lot of like new coming immigrant people, but They can barely speak English. How can I interview them? 4 days a week is part-time unless you work 40 hours in that 4 days. Yeah, it's part-time. By my
there's no possible.
Yeah, by my old boss's standards, at least how he ran his business, 4 to 5 days was to him full-time. I know 40 weeks is what's full-time, but 40 hours is full-time. But by my old boss's standard, a full-time worker was anyone who can work more than 4 days. So either way, as long as I can work 4 days a week, I'll be fine. Then it's just mostly keeping my hours as close to what they are now. I'm pretty sure a cafe will do that no problem, but it really depends. But I know I definitely don't want to go more than a month to a month and a half without any work. My old bosses, well, the boss of that cafe, his offer is still on the table. And some people have told me it's still a pretty good deal. It just becomes a matter of how much are you willing to put up with for that amount of pay? What are you going back to? And now that you know about some of the shit that they're doing, morally, are you okay with going back to that environment? And right now, the answer to those questions is fucking no. So we'll see what we do here. But as for more streams, you might get a stream on Fridays. I might try to squeeze in more Friday streams. But for respect, for Jester's time, wanting to still have like downtime with my friends and stuff, don't super duper count on it, because I'm well aware that right now I'm nowhere near a sustainable place. I love doing this stuff. That's mainly why I do it. I just enjoy streaming. I love talking to you guys and hanging out and doing all that sort of stuff. But right now it's not enough to pay the bills. It's not. It's not anything to sneeze at. I'm grateful that I get anything. It's not an amount. The amount I get is not an amount to freaking turn your nose up at. But it's still not enough to cover the bills that I have. My portion of the rent, the groceries, the utilities, so water and electricity, my phone, things like that. I have several bills that I pay, that I am in charge of, and my own obligations, and the money doesn't meet it. So it is what it is. So I'm well aware of that, and I'm prepared for that. I will be trying to make sure that Saturdays and Sundays do not get affected by any sort of job that I work, because again, especially, I do not want to affect Nat 19. Obviously I will try to also make sure that Zelda doesn't get, that the Zelda game doesn't get interfered with in any way, because I don't want it to. And it's probably very easy to argue for Mondays, because Mondays for the most part in every business is a dead day. So yeah. What's really fortunate about like the downtown area is that usually everything is closed around like 5 or 6 o'clock. And most of the time they're not open Sundays and Mondays, because there's also like a heavy church population in this town. And Sunday is usually expected to be closed because there's also government facilities around here, and those are closed on the weekends. So, yeah, that's pretty much it. It makes me really happy to see how many people have been here for like the amount of time that I've been talking, and just in general. So maybe I'll do some more just chatting streams. I think people like those. It's just sometimes I'm not even sure what I quite want to talk about. In this case, it was like, you know what? Freaking, depending on how things go, this decision could change a couple things. It could change nothing. It could change stuff. So I also felt like I needed to kind of give people an update on where my life's fucking going, because I sure as fuck don't know where it's gonna go now from here. As someone who works as a government clerk, it's weird for me to always hear about people who don't have set hours or can't just file for leave on a moment's notice. Yeah. They are fun for connecting and relating. Yeah. So I don't know, maybe I'll do some more just chatting streams and stuff. in the case of today, I just kind of wasn't feeling. I was just kind of really, really tired, and I just kind of didn't feel like getting into a game and like going into stuff. But tomorrow we'll definitely be back with some more dot hack, and Monday we will definitely be back with some more heckin' Crisis Core reunion, and then maybe we'll be back on Friday for something. I'm not quite sure yet. I will say, yesterday, I think I slept pretty damn good.
So anyway, thanks for joining us for Yakuza Like a Dragon. See you again in 3 weeks.
We will be back. What did we play last week? We didn't play Xenosaga last week, did we?
No idea.
What did we play last week? No, we played Star Rail. That's what it was.
Yeah.
We played Star Rail. And then it was, yeah, so actually next week we'll be back with some more Xenosaga. Hell yeah. I can... but yeah, we'll see where things go. How does the rotation work? The way the rotation usually works is that there's 3 games on Saturday and they just rotate. Have you tried Wuthering Waves? I have not tried it, mostly because I don't really feel like getting into another gacha game. It's another gacha game that, like Genshin, like Honkai, is essentially very, very similar in terms of like materials, relics, all that. It's a gacha game. And the English dub is awful, apparently. I've heard some clips. It sounds pretty bad in some aspects. I heard there was apparently no voice direction at all. That's what I would call the first Genshin clone. Yeah, it seems to be
I have my space opera gacha. I'm happy with it.
Yeah, I'm pretty content with Honkai Star Rail. It looks really good, but it's having a couple problems. It's not been properly optimized. And yeah, it has, like, I saw some charts where it was like, hey, a basic understanding of Wuthering Waves compared to Genshin and Star Rail. It was like, this is equivalent to Fuel. This is equivalent to Trailblaze Power. This is equivalent to Star Rail passes. This is equivalent to Stellar Jade. This is a relic. This is a this. This is a this. It operates nearly exactly like Genshin with what feels better combat-wise than Genshin, but it has potential. Oh, I won't say it doesn't. It's also just, again, I don't really feel like getting into it. I don't want to get into another gacha game. I kind of really like Honkai. Star Rail. I really like where that one's going. And I'm just not into having more than one gacha. I feel like I can only really ever focus on one at a time. And I don't really feel like dedicating time to another one. That's just unfortunately where I feel about things. But yeah.
Yeah, same. I'm sure it's solid, but I like Star Rail and am perfectly happy keeping my interest there.
Yeah. Like, I hope people who are playing it are having fun. It's awesome that some people are having fun, but I'm kind of cool over here. I'm not gonna sit here and be like, one's a better game than another. I'm happy where I'm at. But yeah. As someone who juggles 2 gachas in an MMO, more gacha is bad. That's why I could never try Star Rail. I enjoy Star Rail. Played Code Geass as chapters release. Takes me only a few hours per chapter, and I'm just gonna enjoy the game on the side. Yeah, I'm with Squeaky. I don't need another gacha game. Yeah. And honestly, to be fair,
I like the story and the characters, and if I played another gacha, I'd have less attention to nerd out on my fantasy space adventure.
It's that thing also too, that and I would say this whether I still had the job or not. I personally don't feel it's financially responsible to play more than 1 or 2 gacha games. If you're a person that knows that they will probably fall into putting money into a game, I don't think it's financially responsible to play more than 1 or 2. So I'm not doing it. Yeah, that's all. It's and then yeah, for similar reasons with Lynn, that's also why I don't want to play more than 1
They're
MMO.
literally designed to tease money out of you. Free to play life though.
Yeah, when it comes to Lynn's reasons, it's also why I only play 1 MMO. Because I want to devote my attention span, my time, my passion into the one thing. And it's going to be Final Fantasy 14. So, there you go. A singular gacha is irresponsible for me. Yeah, again, it's about knowing what you can and can't do. But yeah. It's fucking midnight. I'm gonna head out. Thank you everybody so much for spending time with me. I'm gonna fucking go to bed. I am Tai Tai.
Also, I just want you to know.
Uh-huh.
What does Lynn want us to know?
I've been vibing to the Phase 3 Sunday music this whole time.
Hell yeah. Heckin'. I hope everybody has a wonderful night. Yesterday I had a pretty fucking good sleep. And I'm ready to have a fucking other one. Like, hell yeah, I'm ready for sleep. I hope everybody has a good one too.
Heck yeah.
Have a good night.
Have a wonderful night, guys. Wow. Oh wait, hold on, I gotta turn the lights back on.
It's
No, don't turn
There.
the lights back on.
No, now we leave.
But it's nighttime.
I know.
It's
Too
so
bad.
bright. I can't handle bright light.